Chapter 2341. A powerful and terrifying demonic beast suddenly appeared and attacked Gu Fei and the Iron-Blood Taoist. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. However, this demonic beast that was comparable to a Venerable was directly suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. It was fixed in the void and could not even move its claws. Swoosh! At this moment, the Iron-Blood Taoist made his move. He held the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and rushed up directly. He then activated the Phoenix Tribulation with all his might and fiercely bombarded the demonic beast's heart. 9 Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation, forming a powerful and terrifying destructive force that directly hit the demonic beast's body. In the next moment, cracks began to appear on the chest of the magical beast, as if cracks had appeared on an exquisite piece of porcelain. 1, 2. The cracks on the demonic beast's chest gradually increased. Soon, the cracks spread all over its body as if it could collapse at any time. What a strong body! The Iron-Blood Taoist was very clear about the power of his attack just now. Even a great sage would have to retreat when the 9 Phoenix Tao patterns on the Phoenix Tribulation were released. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron pressed down from the sky. Bang! The demonic beast's body exploded and turned into a cloud of black blood mist, dissipating in the void. A demonic beast that was comparable to a Venerable was suppressed to death, just like that. This, on a distant mountain. Someone witnessed this scene and was extremely shocked. That person turned and left. At the moment when that person turned and left, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at the mountain. However, he saw nothing. "Master, what's wrong?" The Iron-Blood Taoist put away the Phoenix Tribulation and asked when he saw Gu Fei's strange expression. "Someone is spying on us," Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. That person's cultivation was definitely above him. He could actually spy on his every move in the dark. This was definitely not a good place. On the sacred island of life, other than the 3 Venerables, there were other incomparably powerful creatures that occupied other areas. Among these living beings, there were even existences that even Heavenly Dharch, Ziyang, and the others were unwilling to provoke. Once he successfully broke the formation, these living beings would definitely attack him. Gu Fei thought of many things. "Master, what should we do?" The Iron-Blood Taoist said. In this primordial battlefield, the cultivation of all living beings were not suppressed. With their cultivation, it was very dangerous to walk on the divine island. "All right, since we've killed this magical beast, let's settle down here first." Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, this mountain range should be the territory of the demonic beast that he had killed with the mountain river cauldron. They directly entered the depths of this mountain range and arrived in front of the demonic beast's nest. This is, while he was still at his original spot, Gu Fei smelled a sweet fragrance. When he got closer, he saw that there was a divine medicine that looked like a scarlet dragon growing beside the magical beast's nest. Scarlet dragon grass. The Iron-Blood Taoist couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the divine medicine. It really is the scarlet dragon grass. Gu Fei came in front of the divine medicine and said after studying it for a while, "The scarlet dragon grass was a type of divine medicine formed from the blood essence of a true scarlet dragon. It contained the essence of a true dragon. If a snake or a serpent ate this divine medicine, they would have a chance to transform into a dragon. Snakes and serpents cultivated their entire lives for the sake of transforming into a dragon. With the scarlet dragon grass, they would have a chance to soar into the sky and transform into a true dragon. Of course, some snakes and serpents didn't need the help of the scarlet dragon grass to transform into a true dragon. However, these snakes and serpents were extremely rare. The red dragon can break through to the sage level, the Iron-Blood Taoist said. The scarlet dragon grass appeared at the right time, as if it was prepared for the red dragon. With this scarlet dragon grass, the red dragon's chances of successfully passing the tribulation would be higher. Without hesitation, Gu Fei plucked the scarlet dragon grass, opened his inner world, and walked in. The red dragon was Gu Fei's disciple. However, the red dragon's path was different from Gu Fei's. Gu Fei didn't have much to teach the red dragon. All he could do was provide the red dragon with the necessary cultivation resources. At this moment, the red dragon was still in seclusion. Without alerting anyone, he came to the place where the red dragon was cultivating. He left the scarlet dragon grass and left the inner world. Among the 3 disciples of Gu Fei, only Gu Zhong succeeded in becoming a saint. The red dragon was still lacking, and his cultivation base had yet to reach the great circle of quasi-saint. With the help of the scarlet dragon grass, the red dragon should be able to break through to the saint realm. As for Yao Yu, her cultivation base was far from enough to break through to the saint realm in a short period of time because she had only cultivated for a short period of time. The primordial battlefield was equivalent to another chaotic world. Here, the power of heaven's wrath couldn't descend, and one could break through to the saint realm. It was hard to imagine that there was such a place in the ancestral dragon star. If the super forces of the Tonglong continent knew about the existence of such a place, the entire ancestral dragon star would be in an uproar. Subsequently, Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist entered the nest of the demonic beast. Then Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and stood above the nest, isolating all auras. No one could sense what was going on in the nest. After Gu Fei was done, he opened his inner world. A person that looked exactly like Gu Fei walked out of his inner world, the Tao body of an immortal lord. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the person that looked exactly like Gu Fei. This was the Tao body of the immortal lord that Gu Fei killed in the ancestral court of the Middle Continent. The immortal lord's Tao body was taken over by Gu Fei's primordial spirit and Tao embryo and became his second life. I still have the immortal war slave avatar. Those people think that I'm dead for sure. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang definitely didn't have good intentions in bringing him here, but Gu Fei was fearless. His trump card was not something that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang could imagine. Just this immortal lord's Tao body alone was enough to deal with Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others. With the addition of the human emperor Divine Jian from the Middle Continent immortal abode, Jian Wushuang was fearless even if Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was a primordial immortal lord who was stronger than ordinary immortal lords. Looks like I've been worrying for nothing. The Iron Blood Taoist smiled bitterly and shook his head. All right, let's wait here for news. Let the Tao body try to break the formation and lure those with bad intentions out. Gu Fei said with a murderous aura. He wanted to set up a trap for those who were spying on him. Divine venerables, demon venerables. As long as they provoked him, he would kill them all. Chapter 2342. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang naturally had his reasons for bringing Gu Fei and the others to this vast, ancient battlefield. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang wanted to open the immortal palace that had been sealed for countless years, but he had no way of breaking the formation. Meanwhile, Ultimate God South Heaven and the unaging demon child also wanted to enter the immortal palace to obtain a legendary item. The 3 supremacies in the divine ocean came together with their own goals. Gu Fei did not want to be used by these people. He knew very well that if he was no longer of any value, these people would not hesitate to kill him and snatch the mountain and river cauldron. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to kill a powerful demonic beast that could compete with a supremacy. He knew that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others must be watching his every move. He was declaring to them that he had the ability to kill a supremacy. Looks like I've underestimated those 2. In a courtyard of Ultimate God South Heaven in the Valley of 3 Supremacies, he stood under a tree and looked up into the sky. He was glad that he did not make a move. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. Ziyang really has foresight. Ultimate God South Heaven had to admit that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was really good at judging people. This Gu Fei actually had the combat strength to kill a supremacy. He was really hiding his strength. However, I must get the mountain and river cauldron. Ultimate God, South Heaven's gaze sharpened. For the next few days, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body appeared in the mountains. He carefully hid his strength so that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others could not see any flaws. However, Gu Fei still underestimated Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others. These people were super antiques that had lived for countless years. They had encountered all sorts of things. When Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body entered their sight, they could already tell that Gu Fei's aura had changed greatly. It was actually emitting an immortal aura. A martial artist who had become a martial saint would definitely disdain cultivating an immortal Tao cultivation method. Gu Fei was the successor of the martial progenitor. This was an undeniable fact. Although Heavenly Dharch Ziyang didn't understand why the aura on Gu Fei's body changed, they knew that this Gu Fei might not be so easy to deal with. What is he doing? Although Heavenly Dharch Ziyang wanted to know very much, he wasn't an impulsive person. On the contrary, his shrewdness was the deepest among the three great venerables. How dare you play tricks in front of us? You're simply courting death. The South Heaven divine being said coldly. However, he was very patient too. He did not attack Gu Fei, allowing him to analyze the rift formation. As for the unaging demon child's thoughts, no one could guess it. This old demon that looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child seemed harmless, but no one dared to underestimate him. Half a month had passed, but Gu Fei's true body had yet to make a move. He had been hiding in the demonic beast's nest with the iron-blood Taoist without taking a single step out. His celestial prime, Taoist body frequently appeared in the mountains outside the Grand Void Formation, and sometimes even entered the territories of other powerful creatures. These beings possessed terrifying battle prowess that could contend against venerables. However, they seemed to know what Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body was doing, so they did not interfere. These beings on the sacred island of life had been waiting here for countless years just to enter the illusory immortal palace. However, no one had been able to enter the immortal palace after so many years. Sometimes these powerful beings would even team up with the human race in an attempt to break through the rift formation and enter the immortal palace. Boom! One night, a loud explosion came from the mountains. The entire heaven and earth shook as rays of divine light shot into the sky like rainbows, illuminating the entire place. What's going on? Almost at the same time, all the powerful beings on the sacred island of life sensed a powerful ripple coming from the central region of the island. Is someone trying to break through the void formation? Hierarch South Heaven was the first to rush out from the Valley of Three Supremes. He arrived above the valley and looked in the direction where the divine light shot into the sky with a mixture of surprise and joy. Those two little fellows have finally made their move. A childish voice came from the unaging demon child's residence. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, who was sitting on a cushion, opened his eyes abruptly. There were vague, interweaving runes in his eyes. He did not move, nor did he plan to stand up. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang then closed his eyes again, as if these things had nothing to do with him. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as a giant whirlpool appeared in the night sky. A heaven-devouring force surged out from the whirlpool, devouring essences from all directions. Swoosh! Powerful beings flew across the sky towards the place where the whirlpool had appeared, wanting to see what was happening there. They really opened up a passage. A black devil ape appeared high up in the sky next to the vortex. This was not a vortex at all. It was clearly a void passageway, a spatial passageway that connected directly to the Grand Void Formation, drawing on the essence chi from all directions to forcefully break open the void grand matrix, Such a move was absolutely shocking. Outside the great void grand matrix, it was densely packed with profound and unfathomable runes. These runes intertwined to form a formation diagram, and it actually emitted a supreme aura and fluctuation. A corner of the supreme formation, huh? An old silver wolf appeared and said these words, "Where's the kid from the human race? Has he already entered the immortal palace?" A divine bird flew over from afar. Its enormous body covered the entire sky, and its two wings were like clouds that covered the sky. As it flapped, it gave rise to gusts of extremely powerful astral winds. Below the divine bird, sand and pebbles were blown into the sky. Even trees were blown into the sky. Powerful cultivators continued to arrive. In the end, even the figure of the South Heaven divine God appeared nearby. Everyone was watching. No one was the first to enter the passage. After all, no one could be sure that the immortal palace was at the end of the passage. In the end, a wolf howl resounded. Immediately after, a dozen silver wolves rushed out from the mountain ridge and entered the spatial tunnel. Soon, the old wolf rushed into the spatial passage and disappeared inside. No one hesitated after seeing this. They all rushed into the passage. Some of the beings even started fighting each other. It almost turned into a chaotic battle. Phew! The divine bird flapped its wings, sweeping up piercingly cold astral winds that blew away the two beings in front of it. Chapter 2343. Every living being on the sacred island of life was extremely excited when the passage to the immortal palace appeared. They immediately rushed toward the passage. Bang! A great battle broke out. A demonic ape fought against a single-horned creature. The powerful energy ripples of the martial highness realm shook the entire sacred island of life. In the end, the demonic ape twisted the single-horned creature's head off and carved out a path of blood before entering the passage. Powerful living beings kept entering the passage. Meanwhile, even Hierarch South Heaven had arrived from afar. He forced back a living being that was blocking his path and entered the passage. As soon as Hierarch South Heaven entered the passage, the entire passage began to tremble. Countless runes were intertwining with one another. The passage was showing signs of collapsing. What's going on? The living beings that had yet to enter the passage were astounded. If the passage disappeared, wouldn't that mean that the people that entered it would be trapped to death inside? At the top of a mountain in the distance, Gu Fei's celestial Lord Dao body turned around and left. Over the past half a month, Gu Fei's immortal supremacy, Dao body, had finally found the life gate and death gate of the Grand Void Formation after careful deduction. The life gate was the actual entrance to the immortal palace, while the death gate was in charge of life and death. Those that entered the immortal palace through the death gate would most likely die. Gu Fei's immortal supremacy, Dao body, did not open the life gate, but the death gate of the Grand Void Formation. Now that Hierarch South Heaven and the others had entered the death gate, it would not be easy for them to come out. No one knew what was inside the death gate of the Grand Void Formation. In the end, the spatial passageway collapsed. This left the powerful creatures that gathered here stupefied, shocked to the extreme. Roar! Indistinct roars could be heard from the void grand array. The powerful creatures that had entered the space channel were trapped inside the void grand array. The Grand Void Formation did not contain any killing intent. The person that constructed the formation only wanted to preserve the immortal palace. Even though Hierarch South Heaven had entered the death gate of the Grand Void Formation, he would not die. What's going on? Supremacy South Heaven let out a furious roar. He realized that he had not entered the immortal palace, but had lost his way in the rift formation. Preposterous! Those two little fellows dared to trick me. The South Heaven's supremacy was enraged. Needless to say, this was all Gu Fei's doing. At this moment, on the top of a mountain outside the void formation, a pink child smiled, then turned around and left, quickly disappearing under the moonlight. A few powerful existences that weren't from the human race also retreated. This was a trap, and it seemed like someone had purposely set it up to trick them. Fellow Taoist Gu, a friend has come to visit. Can we go in for a chat? That tender little boy appeared outside Gu Fei's secluded cultivation place and transmitted his voice inside. This little boy was none other than the unold demon child. If you want to come in, then come in. I didn't stop you. Gu Fei's voice came from inside. Haha, the unold demon child walked in with a smile. An hour later, the unold demon child left Gu Fei's place and returned to the Valley of Three Supremes. No one knew what Gu Fei and the unold demon child talked about, not even the Iron Blood Taoist. However, he could roughly guess that the things they talked about were related to the ethereal immortal palace. After the unold demon child left, Heavenly Emperor Xiang's figure appeared outside Gu Fei's secluded cultivation place. An hour later, Heavenly Emperor Xiang walked out from inside. Gu Fei did not come out to send him off. Heavenly Emperor Xiang then left. Master, why do we still care about these people? The Iron Blood Taoist walked in from outside and asked in confusion. Although we can't trust these people, we shouldn't offend them either. Gu Fei said he already knew where the life gate was, which was the key to breaking through the void formation. Only by entering through the life gate would he have some confidence in breaking through. Of course, Gu Fei would never tell Heavenly Emperor Xiang and the others about this. Collect the divine materials and open the formation again. The unold demon child returned to the Valley of Three Supremes. He recalled his conversation with Gu Fei and knew that Gu Fei wanted to open the void formation again. But Gu Fei had exhausted all of the divine materials. According to Gu Fei, the reason why Supremacy South Heaven and the others were trapped in the void formation was due to the lack of divine materials. Heavenly Emperor Xiang and the unold demon child were also skeptical of Gu Fei's words. However, Heavenly Emperor Xiang and the unaging demon child started to collect divine materials, and they were collecting them in large quantities. It was better to believe that they existed than not. While Heavenly Emperor Xiang and the unold demon child were collecting the divine materials, Gu Fei was also preparing to open the life gate of the void formation. Of course, opening the life gate was not a trivial matter. In the following days, many living beings came to find Gu Fei, but Gu Fei did not receive them. The living beings did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Gu Fei either. The aura emitted by the giant cauldron hovering in the sky made everyone's heart palpitate. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning of this day, Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body appeared at the place where the life gate of the void grand formation was located. His immortal Venerable Tao body immediately set up a formation. Then a spatial passageway appeared silently, leading to the depths of the void grand formation. This time there was no shocking divine rainbow, and there was no shocking energy wave. How dare you lie to us? As Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body opened up the spatial passage to the void formation, a figure walked over from afar. It's you. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign was shocked to see that the person who came was actually celestial sovereign Xiang. It turned out that this fellow had been hiding nearby and only appeared when he succeeded. Not just him, me too. A voice rang out. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body turned around and saw a young boy coming out from behind a boulder in the distance. It seems like the two of you have been working together to deal with me. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body quickly calmed down and looked at Heavenly Emperor Xiang. We must always be vigilant. We're not idiots like South Sky to think that we would be tricked by you. Heavenly Emperor Xiang said coldly, "What do you want? Could it be that you want to kill me?" Chapter 2344. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body opened the void passage again. This time he opened the passage at the life gate of the void formation. However, just as he successfully opened the passage to the depths of the void formation, Heavenly Monarch Xiang and the unaging demon child suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body entered the passage leading to the depths of the void formation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child hurriedly rushed into the passage. As soon as the two supremacies entered the passage, the entire passage closed and the exit was sealed. This shocked the two supremacies. "What's going on?" Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child exchanged glances with each other in shock. They vaguely felt that they had missed something which made them feel uneasy. At that moment, the passage collapsed behind them, forcing them to rush forward. They did not want to be trapped in the void formation like the Southern Heavens supremacy. It was worth noting that even venerable ones would find it extremely difficult to get out of the big void formation once they were trapped inside. I finally tricked those two. After Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child entered the passage, two figures appeared on a nearby mountain. They were Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist. On the sacred island of life, Gu Fei was only wary of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child. As for other living beings, he had never seen anyone stronger than the two supremacies. Moreover, he had the extreme Tao Saint tool, the Mountain River Cauldron, which made him fearless. "Master, what should we do next?" The Iron Blood Taoist was full of admiration for Gu Fei. He had only set up a simple trap, yet he had tricked the three supremacies. One should know that they were three supremacies. An exalt realm existence was definitely an overlord even in the primordial world of ancient times. "All we have to do now is wait," Gu Fei said. If he really wanted to break the array, he could just throw the mountain and river cauldron into the void array. There was no need for him to do so much. The mountain river cauldron could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It could also suppress the void. The void grand array used the endless mysteries of the void to create a boundless world. Although the grand void array was not dangerous, the endless void created by the array did not contain any spiritual energy for cultivators to absorb and refine. In other words, after a cultivator charged into the void grand array, the cultivator's essence qi would gradually be consumed. Without any replenishment from the outside world, the cultivator would eventually die of exhaustion. Gu Fei wanted to wait. It was very simple. He wanted to wait until the yuan qi of the people he had trapped into the void array was almost exhausted. Only then would he take action to crack the array. Let's go. Let's go back and cultivate properly. Let those guys have their fun inside first. Gu Fei turned around and left. The Iron Blood Taoist glanced at the void grand array before turning to catch up with Gu Fei. They left together and returned to where they were staying. Of course, Gu Fei did not forget about the Valley of Three Supremes. He opened up his inner world and released his indestructible war slave. Then he brought the Iron Blood Taoist with him to ransack Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the other 2 venerable lords' lair on the sacred island of life. However, the result was disappointing to Gu Fei. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others did not leave anything valuable behind, but the scenery of the Valley of Three Supremes was not bad at all. In the end, Gu Fei moved into the Valley of Three Supremes and stayed there. Outside the Valley of Three Supremes was a formation set up by the 3 venerable lords. Other living beings on the sacred island of life could not enter at all. Gu Fei opened up his inner world without worry and released the 12 bandits and others. The sacred island of life was rich with spiritual qi, especially in the Valley of Three Supremes. The spirit gathering formation set up by the 3 venerable lords had gathered all the spiritual qi within a radius of 10,000 miles into the valley. Cultivating in the valley would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Gu Fei was not in a hurry because the sacred island of life was located in an ancient battlefield in a place on the soaring dragon ancestral star that could not be reached by the power of heaven's wrath. This place was similar to the chaotic world. Although this was an ancient battlefield, it was also a place in the human world where one could become a sage. Becoming a sage was a lifelong goal for every cultivator. However, most people would die before they could reach this goal. Throughout the ages, there were many people who had reached the qualification to become a sage in every era. However, the human world could not produce a sage. Therefore, these people chose to endure it. This was also the reason why so many people in the chaotic world could attract the sage's heavenly tribulation. Throughout the ages, those who had cultivated to the advanced sage-to-be had all jumped out in this era. The red dragon was still cultivating in seclusion. Gu Fei estimated that with the help of the red dragon grass, the red dragon would be able to attract the sage's heavenly tribulation soon. This ancient battlefield was undoubtedly a good place to undergo the tribulation. Yao Yu's cultivation base was insufficient, but the power of heaven's wrath in the human world was gradually weakening. By then, the real era would arrive, and Yao Yu should be able to attract the sage's heavenly tribulation. Yao Yu had the innate water elemental physique. With such a physique, cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort. That day would come very soon. While Gu Fei was staying in the Valley of Three Supremes, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, who thought that he was the smartest, was in a predicament in the void formation. That fellow is too despicable. Beside Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, the undying demon child was gnashing its teeth in hatred. Only now did it realize that the other party was planning to sacrifice an immortal Venerable Tao body in order to set it up. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body was standing in front of them. The spatial passageway had already disappeared. They had entered the void grand array. Everything around them was vast and boundless. They couldn't see the sky or the earth. There was only endless void in all directions. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, you are indeed up to no good. Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body said coldly. He was equivalent to Gu Fei's second life. He was not an incarnation or a clone in the ordinary sense. You're the one who bites the hand that feeds you. Don't forget who brought you here. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang stared at Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body with a gloomy expression. You just want to use me to help you break the void formation. Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body said indifferently with a disdainful expression. No matter how smart these people were, they were still tricked by him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body couldn't help but laugh. Why are you talking to this guy? Let's kill him first. Although the undying demon child looked like a 5-year-old child, he was actually a super antique that had lived for countless years. At this moment, the old demon's pink face was filled with killing intent. It was a stark contrast to his young appearance. Not bad. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang nodded. Then he and the undying demon child approached Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body. Sigh, since you guys are courting death, then don't blame me. Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body suddenly sighed and shook his head. Ha ha! Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the undying demon child exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. I say, the one courting death should be you, right? The undying demon child resisted the urge to laugh and said, Why don't we try and find out who's courting death? Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body laughed as well. Then his figure suddenly disappeared as if he had merged with the surrounding void, giving off an eerie feeling. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he left an afterimage on the spot and retreated rapidly. Bang! With a muffled sound, a powerful energy wave spread out. The undying demon child was also retreating. However, unlike Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, he did not want to retreat. He was forced to do so. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The undying demon child was extremely shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be proficient in the long-lost 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This made him suffer a small loss. Just who are you? Why do you know the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang instantly retreated thousands of meters away and evaded the attack from Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body. He then asked coldly, even he only knew one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Why do you care who I am? The voice of Gu Fei's immortal, venerable Tao body came from the void. Humph! The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao are not invincible. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang sneered. Then he waved his hands in front of him. A divine light of the immortal Tao radiated from his hands, causing the surrounding void to ripple like waves. A silhouette fell out from the void. You! Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body was extremely shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to break his anti-void secret technique. This was truly unbelievable. You're unlucky to have met me. The corner of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's lips curled up into a disdainful smirk. At this moment, the undying demon child had already retreated far away. The fact that his opponent had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao made him very cautious. One should know that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were known as undefeatable supreme secret techniques during ancient times. The 9 secret techniques created by the supreme Tao ancestor were indeed invincible. Only the great techniques created by other supremes could be mentioned in the same breath as them. Roar! Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body roared furiously. His body suddenly became blurry. Then, one Gu Fei turned into 3 Gu Feis. The 3-foot Gu Feis attacked Heavenly Emperor Ziyang at the same time. 3 pure ones, huh? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's eyes were as bright as the stars. His hands were still dancing in front of him. Circles of divine light spread from his hands. The divine light shone on the 3 figures created by Gu Fei's immortal, venerable Tao body. The other 2 figures immediately dissipated in the void, leaving only his true body behind. What? Gu Fei's immortal, venerable Tao body was truly shocked. With 2 of his Tao bodies destroyed, he quickly stopped his attacks and retreated. His mind was shaken. What kind of great technique was this? Not only did it break his anti-void secret technique, but it also broke his 3 pure ones. Chapter 2345. What kind of secret art is that? Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body had cast the void reversal and 3 pure ones secret techniques, but they were all broken by Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. I've said it before, the 9 secrets of immortal Tao aren't necessarily invincible. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang looked at Gu Fei's Tao body and said proudly. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if the secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor could not even withstand a single blow. Preposterous! Do you think you're a sovereign? Gu Fei's Tao body spoke in a deep voice. Then he cast the Heaven Ascension secret art. His combat strength soared and a shocking aura erupted from his body. Rumble! The void where Gu Fei's Tao body stood trembled. The power emitted from his body was so powerful that it caused the surrounding void to become unstable. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's expression became extremely solemn. He was shocked that his opponent was casting the Heaven Ascension secret art. Could this person have obtained a near-complete version of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao? One of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, was a secret art that could be used on oneself. It allowed one's combat strength to soar to the limit or even surpass it, allowing one to unleash all of one's potential. Although Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was disdainful of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, he couldn't help but be moved when he saw Gu Fei's Tao body casting the Heaven Ascension secret art. Let's see how you're going to break this secret art of mine. The aura that erupted from Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body was earth-shattering. Even a Venerable's expression changed. He vanished from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. What? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was shocked. His opponent's speed had increased by several times. He was so fast that he couldn't even see his opponent's movement trajectory. This was simply unbelievable. Without hesitation, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang retreated. He was no longer a match for this person. Fighting him head-on was simply courting death. However, Gu Fei's Tao body was simply too fast. It was so fast that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang didn't even have time to retreat. A fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Kacha! A muffled sound rang out, followed by the sound of bone shattering. Gu Fei's fist landed on Heavenly Dharch Ziyang's chest. His entire fist sunk into Heavenly Dharch Ziyang's flesh, breaking his tendons and bones, and sending him flying 100,000 feet away. Heavenly Dharch Ziyang lowered his head to take a look and saw that there were runes faintly appearing at the place where he was hit. That punch of the other party was not an ordinary punch. It actually contained the power of the primordial 9 Tao patterns. Wow! Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun's complexion turned deathly pale. Then a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Roar! Celestial Dharch Ziyang roared furiously, and his face flushed red. The power of the primordial celestial sovereign erupted. 9 dazzling primordial runes emerged from his body and gathered towards the spot where the punch landed on his chest. Runes emerged from the spot where Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's fist was hit, and then they were forced out by the 9 purple primordial runes and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body couldn't help but be taken aback. His opponent's cultivation was indeed powerful. He could actually force out the power of the great Tao that he had injected into his body. Even the unold demon child who was watching the battle from afar was shocked. Again, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body seized the opportunity and took a step forward. His figure disappeared into the void again. His speed was so fast that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's heart trembled. Everything in the world, the endless cycle of reincarnation, all is emptiness. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang shouted and waved his hands in front of him. A strange wave spread out from his hands. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body appeared once again, as if it was imprisoned in the void. It stopped above Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's head. What? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body was shocked to the extreme. He finally knew what secret technique Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had used. It was actually one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, all laws to nothingness, also known as the secret word of nothingness. The secret word of nothingness was somewhat similar to the secret art of returning truth. However, the secret art of returning truth turned all the power in the world into the most primordial spiritual energy, which was then absorbed and refined by the user. The secret word of nothingness, on the other hand, directly turned everything in the world into the void. It was indeed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao that could restrain other secret techniques. Once the secret word of nothingness was used, no matter how peerless one's divine ability or magical techniques were, they would still be beaten back to their original state. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body wasn't imprisoned. It was just that the secret word of nothingness rapidly melted Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body, causing it to return to a motionless state. I'm strong enough to defeat everything. So what if it's the secret word of nothingness? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body radiated boundless celestial Tao divine light. The secret art of ascension was madly circulating. His battle prowess rose once again. Terrifying energy waves erupted from his body, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. Kill! Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body stomped down. The ferocious power caused the entire void beneath his feet to collapse and collapse. Black spatial cracks appeared beneath his feet like black lightning bolts. The power of destruction spread out and instantly enveloped Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. All laws to nothingness. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang directly used the secret word of nothingness. Strange waves appeared again. The terrifying power of destruction that Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body took a step, was immediately dissolved in the void. How is this possible? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body could not remain calm at this moment. The fact that his opponent had mastered such a secret art meant that he was practically undefeatable. This heavenly emperor Ziyang has really hidden himself well. He actually mastered the most mysterious secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. In the distance, the unold demon child was extremely shocked. He could also tell that heavenly emperor Ziyang had mastered the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was extremely mysterious. It was said that the supreme Tao ancestor combined the previous 8 secrets and derived the 9th secret. The 9th secret could be said to be the nemesis of the previous 8 secrets of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang stared at Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body and pressed forward. I don't believe that your secret word of nothingness can really restrain the previous 8 secrets. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body's gaze was extremely sharp. A strange wave of immortal Tao power spread from his body as he directly used the secret art of returning truth. The wave of immortal Tao power enveloped Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. You really cultivated the previous 8 secrets. Chapter 2346. The fact that Celestial Emperor Ziyang had mastered the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The word void shocked Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body to the extreme. One should know that he had read the soul memory of a celestial expert in the Naraka Tao and knew that the 9th secret of immortal Tao was the most mysterious secret technique. Even the successor of the supreme Tao ancestor didn't know the power of the 9th secret technique apart from the disciple who had mastered it. The word void could turn everything in the world into nothingness. If this secret technique was cultivated to the greater success stage, it could turn a part of the world into nothingness with a wave of the hand. At this moment, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body used the pure secret technique to break Celestial Emperor Ziyang's void secret technique. The power of the 2 secret skills collided in an instant. Without any suspense, the secret skill of none was more powerful. It turned the power of the secret skill of returning to truth into nothingness. Swish! Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body instantly retreated, evading the power of the word void that was shrouding him. The word void truly lives up to its name. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body had to admit that the 9th secret technique was the nemesis of the previous 8 secret techniques, just like the legend said. No one knew why the supreme Tao ancestor would create such a secret technique. If an outsider mastered this secret technique, wouldn't the cultivators of the immortal Tao be in big trouble? No one could guess the intentions of the celestial sovereign. At this moment, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body sensed that the time limit of the Heaven Ascension secret technique was almost up. He immediately took out the bronze truncheon and attacked Celestial Emperor Ziyang without hesitation. Has he gone mad? The unaging demon child couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The truncheon didn't emit any aura or fluctuation. It looked like an ordinary bronze truncheon. Using such a truncheon to fight against Celestial Emperor Ziyang, who had mastered the word void, was simply courting death. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Celestial Emperor Ziyang sneered. He then used the nun's secret technique to attack Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body. The power of the secret technique that could turn the world into nothingness was about to envelop Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's celestial Lord Tao body had already smashed the bronze truncheon in his hand. Ha ha ha! You can even bring out scrap metal to use? Do you not even have a sacred artifact? Heavenly Dharch Ziyang smiled. Even if it's a piece of scrap metal, I can still beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body said coldly, just when the unaging demon child thought that Gu Fei's immortal venerable Tao body essence was about to be refined to death by the word Wu. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. His face turned pale. Swoosh! At this moment, the bronze truncheon in the hands of Gu Fei's celestial prime, Taoist body essence, slashed through the secret technique power of the word Wu and struck towards Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. What? The unaging demon child who had been watching this battle was in disbelief. How could the bronze truncheon have such power that it could withstand the power of the secret technique power of the word Wu? You actually have the human sovereign divine weapon, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang yelled. He couldn't imagine that his opponent had the human sovereign divine weapon. That ordinary-looking truncheon was actually the human sovereign divine weapon. He was just mocking Yi Futian for not even having a sacred weapon. It turned out that Yi Futian was looking down on sacred weapons. Bang! Gu Fei's celestial prime, Taoist body essence, still struck the back of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. No matter how Heavenly Emperor Ziyang dodged, he couldn't avoid the attack. The sound of bones breaking came from Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's body. Even though he was the primordial celestial lord of origin and one of the 9 disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor, he couldn't withstand a blow from the truncheon. His spine was broken. Humans were supreme beings that could stand shoulder to shoulder with supremes. Even though the human sovereign divine weapon in Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence hadn't recovered, it could still injure the primordial celestial lord of origin. Look, even the scrap metal in my hand can beat the crap out of you. Remember, don't look down on scrap metal in the future. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence said to Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Roar! Heavenly Emperor Ziyang roared. He used all the celestial prime power in his body to heal his injured body. However, his injured body couldn't be healed this time. A wisp of Renhuang's power seeped into his body from the truncheon. Even though he had mastered the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, Renhuang's power wasn't that easy to dissolve. Bang! Gu Fei's celestial venerable Tao body lashed out with the mace again, smashing it on Celestial Emperor Ziyang's shoulder and shattering his right shoulder blade. Celestial Emperor Ziyang's right arm was immediately unable to lift. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was both shocked and angry. He never expected his opponent to have a human sovereign divine weapon. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's defeat was truly unjust. You what? Bang! 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 Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body didn't hold back. He swung the truncheon in his hand and beat Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. In the end, there wasn't a single intact bone in his body. A wisp of Renhuang's power seeped into Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's body and sealed his power. The unaging demon child saw this from afar and turned to leave. He didn't want to become the second Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's human sovereign divine weapon could break all arts and combat arts. Even Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, who had mastered the 9th secret of the immortal path, lost so miserably. He wasn't necessarily stronger than Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, so the unaging demon child had no choice but to leave. In the end, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence used a secret art to read Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's soul and obtain the cultivation method of the 9th secret of the immortal path. After obtaining the cultivation method of the 9th secret of immortal Tao, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body sealed Celestial Emperor Ziyang and threw him into the world he created. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was a primordial celestial prime Taoist body essence, one of the 9 disciples of the supreme Taoist ancestor. Killing him would offend the supreme Taoist ancestor. Of course, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence wasn't afraid of offending the supreme Taoist ancestor, but Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was still a powerhouse of the human race. Killing him just like that would be too wasteful. Keeping Heavenly Emperor Ziyang alive might be of some use. That old monster sure ran away fast. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body essence discovered that the unaging demon child was nowhere to be seen. However, where could the old demon run to in the Great Void Formation? Chapter 2347. The void created by the grand formation of the void had no sky or earth. No one knew how big it was. Here, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body discovered that his divine consciousness could only extend for 12 miles. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body was a venerable. His divine consciousness was so strong that it could cover an area in an instant in the outside world. But here, there was a force that suppressed divine consciousness. It's really the work of an ancient venerable. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body muttered to himself. This formation could actually suppress the divine consciousness of an celestial venerable, which shocked him greatly. Celestial venerables were second only to quasi-supremes, and much stronger than great saints. If one did not take the Runhuang path, above celestial venerables would be quasi-supremes. This was an invincible existence, below supremes. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body had inherited the lineage of a mortal path, and the Tao of formations was above Gu Fei's real body. Although it was not as good as He Tian's Tao of formations, it was not far behind. After some deduction, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body found the correct direction. In this seemingly endless void, it was impossible to distinguish the direction. It was easy to get lost in this place. Once lost, one would be completely trapped here, never to think of getting out. Just as Gu Fei's celestial venerable body was heading towards the depths of the grand formation of the void, Gu Fei was very relaxed in the Valley of Three Supremes. It was rare for him to live a peaceful life. He did not deliberately cultivate, but often guided Yaoyu and the people of the Meng clan in their cultivation. The Valley of Three Supremes had become a paradise on the sacred island of life. With Gu Fei's guidance, Yaoyu's cultivation had improved significantly. However, it was still not enough. It should be known that in this great era, even existences like almighties and semi-saints could not protect themselves. Throughout the ages, there had been countless peerless figures in the 3 realms and 6 paths. After countless generations of accumulation, some had fallen, but some had lived to this day. The world of chaos had already closed, and no one knew how many people had become saints in the end. Of course, Gu Fei did not care. He had long since left his contemporaries far behind. On this day, Gu Fei and the steel-blood Taoist were drinking in a pavilion in the Valley of Three Supremes. The residents of the Southern Heaven Divine Lord had quite a collection of immortal wines. Gu Fei did not expect supremacy South Heaven to be an old drunkard. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of the wine-loving old man he met in the 3rd stage of the human race. He was a sword saint, also known as the wine sword saint. "Master, why aren't we preparing to break the formation?" the iron-blood Taoist asked. He was a little curious. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to break the formation, and instead stayed here for 3 years. Although there was no day or night in cultivation, 3 years was not a short period of time. A lot of things could happen. In these 3 years, the sacred island of life had undergone a huge change. The powerful beings that had not been tricked into the void formation by Gu Fei had fought against each other. There were extremely powerful beings that wanted to unify the entire sacred island of life. However, it was not an easy task because the more powerful a being was, the more they would not submit to anyone. This was the pride of the strong. The turmoil lasted for more than a year. In the end, an invincible divine beast appeared on the sacred island of life, defeating all challengers and becoming the king of the sacred island of life. It was a 9-headed dragon with the blood of the true dragon, and its cultivation base seemed to have surpassed the supremacy realm. The 9-headed dragon had also led a group of followers to attack the Valley of Three Supremes, but it was scared away by Gu Fei and did not attack the valley. The black dragon that had started following Gu Fei in Xian continent would go out to gather information from time to time. The 9-headed dragon seemed to have made a big move recently, which made the iron-blood Taoist a little uneasy. The 9-headed dragon was very powerful, and Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body was not here. If the nine-headed dragon knew about them, they would be in big trouble. However, the Iron Blood Taoist realized that Gu Fei did not care about all of this. Wait. Gu Fei still said the same word. During these days, his state of mind was very calm. He really enjoyed these days of being away from the rain of blood. We're still waiting. The Iron Blood Taoist was surprised. They had waited for 3 years. But since Gu Fei said he wanted to wait, he could only continue waiting. No one knew what Gu Fei was thinking. Just as Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were drinking in the pavilion, a flame suddenly flew from the sky and into the Valley of Three Supremes, landing in Gu Fei's hand. It was a messenger talisman. The Iron Blood Taoist was stunned. Had Zhuge Liang and the others encountered danger outside? The nine-headed dragon wants to see me. As the talisman dissipated in Gu Fei's hand, he read a wave of divine consciousness from it and learned the contents of the talisman. What? The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked. The nine-headed dragon could very well be an invincible being that had surpassed the Venerable level. I won't see him. Gu Fei directly shot out a fire talisman, which soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The Iron Blood Taoist was relieved when he saw that Gu Fei had refused to see the nine-headed dragon. The nine-headed dragon was too powerful. In the Valley of Three Supremes, no one was its match other than Gu Fei. Previously, Gu Fei had only managed to scare the nine-headed dragon away because he had borrowed the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. At that moment, in the depths of a primordial mountain range on the sacred island of life, a dragon that was as huge as a black mountain suddenly opened its eyes. It was a nine-headed flood dragon. Swoosh! At that moment, a streak of fiery light flew over from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it flew above the nine-headed serpent and landed on one of its claws. I'm not seeing you. After reading the message on the fire messenger talisman, a shocking aura spread out from the nine-headed dragon's body, causing the entire primordial mountain ridge to shake. That human sure is arrogant. The nine-headed dragon muttered to itself. Its voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the primordial mountain range. Master! Right at this moment, a demonic ape appeared. Arriving before the nine-headed WRM, it bowed down, respectfully, towards it. How's it going? The nine-headed dragon asked. Very smoothly. As long as we get that item, we can enter the legendary Immortal Palace. The demonic ape said. Very well. The nine-headed dragon nodded. After a brief conversation with the nine-headed dragon, the demonic ape turned and left. Following that, all the powerful beings on the sacred island of life received the nine-headed dragon's order and gathered in the primordial mountain range. Chapter 2348. A divine sword was stabbed into a stone mountain on the island of life. On this day, many powerful creatures came to the Sword God Mountain. All of them came for the divine sword. No one knew when the divine sword had appeared. It was said that anyone who could pull out the divine sword from the Sword God Mountain would gain invincible power. However, none of the creatures on the island of life could pull out the divine sword. After all these years, the divine sword on the Sword God Mountain had not been pulled out by anyone. Let me try. A tree demon walked up to the divine sword. He held the hilt with both hands and lifted it up. The tree demon pulled the hilt up, but the divine sword did not move at all. Roar! The tree demon bellowed, and an extremely powerful wave of demonic power emanated from his body. A dark green demonic aura surged from his body, like a ball of demonic fire dancing on the tree demon's body. Pull! The tree demon used all of his strength. Runes appeared on his hands. He wanted to pull out the divine sword from the ground. However, no matter how hard the tree demon tried, the divine sword did not move at all. Get lost, you old demon. Let me do it. A mountain bear walked up and pushed the tree demon away. It grabbed the sword hilt with both hands and tried to pull it up. However, when the mountain bear tried, it felt its hand sink. It could not pull the divine sword out. Hee, you can't pull it out either. The old tree demon said disdainfully when he saw this. The mountain bear used all of its strength, but it still could not pull the divine sword out. Instead, the mountain bear was exhausted. The mountain bear retreated. Soon after, an extremely powerful creature walked up and tried to see if it could pull out the divine sword. However, all of the creatures failed. Not a single creature could make the divine sword stuck in the mountain move at all. Dozens of powerful creatures failed. Among them, there were even powerful beings that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Venerable One. Why isn't the Master here yet? A demonic ape waited anxiously at the top of the mountain. He's here. Just as all the creatures were growing impatient from waiting, a figure appeared at the end of the horizon. Then, the figure quickly flew towards the divine sword mountain. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in black landed on the top of the mountain. "Greetings, Master." When the middle-aged man descended, all of the living beings knelt to the ground as if they were worshipping the Supreme Emperor in their hearts. "This is the legendary divine sword that can cut through the void," the middle-aged man in black said as he looked at the divine sword that was stabbed into the ground. His eyes sparkled. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. This middle-aged man was the transformation of the nine-headed dragon. Scram to the side. The nine-headed flood dragon shouted at the dozens of people. The dozens of powerful creatures hurriedly retreated to the side. In front of the nine-headed dragon, they were as obedient as a group of children. The nine-headed dragon transformed into a human form and pulled out the divine sword. The divine sword was said to be able to cut through the void. It was the nemesis of the void matrix. The nine-headed dragon wanted to pull out the peerless divine sword and obtain invincible power. The middle-aged man that the nine-headed dragon transformed into walked up to the divine sword. Then he bent down and grabbed the hilt. His demonic power was vast and mighty. 9 primordial demonic marks appeared on his body. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the body of the nine-headed dragon. Just as this peerlessly powerful aura spread out, all the living beings on the mountain top immediately retreated far away. "Rise!" the nine-headed dragon roared. Then he held the hilt tightly with both hands and pulled with all his might. The power of the 9 primordial demonic marks gathered in his hands. What? He felt his hands sink. He did not pull out the divine sword. Instead, his hands were aching. "How is this possible?" The nine-headed dragon roared and activated his power. Countless demonic marks appeared on his body. Endless power gathered in his hands, and he pulled again. Even the power of a Venerable won't work. The nine-headed dragon was truly shocked. This divine sword was incredible. It was probably the legendary divine sword of the Great Path. The great battle all those years ago left this sword here. Roar! The nine-headed dragon no longer held back. He roared and attacked with all his strength. The 9 primordial demonic marks shone with dazzling light and activated the power of the Great Path. "It's moving." Just as the nine-headed serpent exerted all of its strength, the divine sword stuck in the mountain peak finally moved. All of the creatures watched this scene nervously. "Master is truly powerful," some of the living beings exclaimed. "Will he really succeed?" Some of the living beings doubted. This divine sword had existed for countless years. During all this time, not a single living being could pull it out. It wasn't that the living beings on the divine island of life were weak. It was just that the divine sword stuck in the mountain was too heavy. Even Venerables could not pull it out. However, the nine-headed dragon only managed to pull the divine sword out less than 3 inches before he used up all his strength. He loosened his hands, and the divine sword fell again. This time, it was stuck a few inches deeper than before. "This is ridiculous." The nine-headed dragon could not accept this reality. His cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the Venerable realm, but he still could not pull the divine sword out. He had overestimated himself. The nine-headed serpent tried many times, but it all ended in failure without any suspense. It was unable to pull out the legendary sword. Although he was unwilling, the nine-headed dragon had no choice but to retreat. There's actually a sword like this. I have to go back and tell Master. A black dragon was among the living beings. It was shocked when it witnessed this scene. There was actually a divine sword on the mountain that even a greater perfection Venerable could not pull out. What? When the black dragon returned to the Valley of Three Supremes, he told Gu Fei everything he saw. Gu Fei was shocked. What kind of divine sword was it that even an advanced Venerable could not pull out? This piqued his curiosity. Could it be a supreme legendary sword? The iron-blood Taoist asked suspiciously. I'll go take a look when night falls, Gu Fei said. He also wanted to try and see if he could pull out that divine sword. He was a warrior, and the strength of his martial body was extremely strong. Could it be that the nine-headed dragon wanted to meet me because of this? Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Chapter 2349. The legendary divine sword that could cut through the void was stuck in a stone mountain. Even the nine-headed dragon, who was a supremacy, could not pull it out and retreated unwillingly. This divine sword was very famous on the sacred island of life. Many peerless figures had climbed the stone mountain in an attempt to pull it out. However, no matter who it was, they all failed. Since ancient times, nobody had been able to pull this sword out. Some people said that one could break through the void formation and enter the immortal palace once the sword was pulled out. Even so, nobody knew if this was a way to enter the immortal palace because nobody had tried it before. Night came and all was silent. On the sacred island of life, only the whistling of the night wind could be heard. The nine-headed dragon and his subordinates had already left. Only a divine sword stuck in the ground was left on the stone mountain. All of a sudden, two figures appeared on the stone mountain without a sound and approached the divine sword. There's no fluctuation of divine power at all. It seems to be a useless sword that has lost all its spirituality. One of them took a closer look at the divine sword stuck in the ground and commented suspiciously. The sword did not seem mystical at all. It was too ordinary. This sword is ordinary, but this is what makes it mystical. Gu Fei squatted down and took a closer look at the sword stuck in the ground. His expression was extremely calm. Even a supremacy could not pull out a sword like this. After all, a supremacy was one of the most powerful beings on the sacred island of life. Let me try. The iron-blood Taoist refused to believe it. He stepped forward and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He activated the immortal bird mysterious technique, and an extremely powerful wave of energy immediately erupted from his body. The shadow of a fire phoenix appeared on his body. Pull! The iron-blood Taoist roared and pulled the sword up with both hands. However, the divine sword stuck in the ground did not move at all. It was as if it had grown with the stone mountain and could not be separated. The iron-blood Taoist could not pull it out at all. Roar! The iron-blood Taoist was furious. He roared and desperately circulated the power in his body. 9 fire phoenix, Tao patterns, started to appear on his body and gathered the spiritual energy from all directions. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and the sleeves on his arms had already turned to ash. The muscles on his arms were throbbing as he held onto the hilt and pulled with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate the power of the fire phoenix in his body, he could not move the divine sword that was stuck in the ground at all, let alone pull it out. How is this possible? In the end, the iron-blood Taoist had no choice but to give up. This left him in disbelief. It was just a sword. Even if it was a supreme divine weapon, it shouldn't be unable to pull it out. Interesting. When Gu Fei saw the sweating iron-blood Taoist retreating to the side, a glint flashed across his eyes. This sword was indeed strange. Not just anyone could pull it out. In the great battle back then, there were supreme beings who participated. Could it be that this divine sword was really a supreme being divine sword? This divine sword was really too ordinary. No one believed that this divine sword was a supreme being divine sword. However, if it wasn't a supreme being divine sword, how could it not even be able to pull out the 9 dragons? No one could answer Gu Fei's question. Master, this sword is really too heavy. It seems to be even heavier than the primordial god mountain, the Iron-Blood Taoist said with extreme shock. The Iron-Blood Taoist exclaimed in shock. He was a saint. He could even shake a real, primordial god mountain. However, he had used all his strength to shake this divine sword, yet it did not budge at all. Let me give it a try. Gu Fei pondered for a while, then walked forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then he pulled it up with all his might. He only felt his hand sink. He could not pull the sword at all. He was a saint king, a martial saint king. The strength of his martial body was something that even pure-blooded divine beasts could not compare to. Up! Gu Fei shouted and pulled with both hands again. This time he used 60% of his strength. The power released by the powerful chaotic martial body was enough to shake the primordial god mountain. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, the divine sword that was stuck in the ground still did not move. Even I can't pull it out. Gu Fei knew very well what 60% of his strength meant. Even if it was a real mountain, he could still lift it with both hands. If 60% of my strength isn't enough, then 80%. Gu Fei made up his mind. His body emitted a series of explosive sounds, and an extremely powerful aura spread from his chaotic, martial body. Not yet. Gu Fei soon realized that even if he used 80% of his strength, it was still difficult to pull the sword out. This surprised him. Could this sword really be heavier than a primordial god mountain? 100% of my strength. I don't believe I can't pull it out. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used his full strength. Chaotic qi revolved around his body, and a peerless pressure of a saint king erupted from his body. 9 chaotic patterns appeared on his body, drawing in the power of the great path of chaos. The Iron-Blood Taoist was taken aback when he saw Gu Fei's determination. If even his lord couldn't pull out the sword, then perhaps only the human emperor or an honorable being could pull it out. This was too frightening. It should be known that the Run Huang and Sovereign were the strongest existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Rumble, an incomparably powerful ripple of energy spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire mountain to shake as if it would collapse at any moment. This won't do. Very soon, Gu Fei sighed. He had to use his last resort. If he still could not pull the sword out, then there was nothing he could do. Screw it! Gu Fei roared out furiously. An even more powerful presence erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The terrifying ripples of energy caused the space around him to crack and collapse. His strength skyrocketed, directly reaching the peak of Saint Ruler. Afterwards, he directly broke through the restraints of Saint Ruler. Like a dragon breaking free from its shackles, he shot into the sky. Saint King Venerable. Gu Fei's strength broke through the restraints one after another, reaching a level that made everyone shiver. Of course, this was only an increase in strength. Gu Fei's cultivation was still at Saint Ruler, but his strength had broken through several major cultivation realms, reaching an unbelievable level. This was the terror of the Ascension secret technique. Although his cultivation level did not increase, his strength would increase by 10 times or even a dozen times. This was enough to sweep through all experts at the same level of cultivation, and he could even challenge Saint Kings. This was Gu Fei's true strength. However, he could only challenge Saint Emperors because, even though his strength was great enough to contend against Venerables, his cultivation was inferior to his opponent. If he encountered an Venerable, he would still be easily defeated. Rise. Chapter 2350. It's moving. Gu Fei exerted his full strength and activated the secret technique of ascension. His strength instantly soared to a level that even a supremacy would be moved. The divine sword that was stuck in the stone mountain was actually pulled out by him. The iron-blood Taoist almost exclaimed when he saw this. His master was indeed powerful. He actually managed to pull out the divine sword that no one had ever been able to pull out. Roar! Gu Fei roared furiously as the muscles all over his body trembled. At this moment, the power of his chaotic martial body was fully released. He was like the reincarnation of a chaotic god of war, able to shake the heavens and earth with every move he made. This fellow can't hold it in any longer. Just as Gu Fei was pulling out the divine sword, a middle-aged man stood on a mountain far away. This person was the nine-headed dragon. Master, I didn't expect the human in the Three Supremes Valley to be so powerful. It seems like we've underestimated him. Behind the nine-headed dragon stood 3 demons that had also taken human form. One of them was a young man with red scales on his body. Never underestimate the human race, the nine-headed dragon said. The nine-headed dragon said. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. I don't think that human is a match for Master, a demon shrouded in black gas said in disdain. A great demon, shrouded in black chi, said disdainfully. From his point of view, there was no need for his master to be so wary of humans. Humph! The nine-headed dragon snorted coldly. The great demon did not dare to say anything else. That fellow actually pulled out the divine sword. Behind the nine-headed dragon, a tall demon exclaimed in shock. What? The other 2 demons could not help but be shocked. Upon closer inspection, they quickly realized that the divine sword that was stuck in the stone mountain was actually being pulled out bit by the human. Everyone was extremely nervous at this moment. Their eyes were fixed on Gu Fei and the divine sword that he was holding with both hands. Master, can you really pull out the divine sword? The iron-blood Taoist had already tried to pull out the divine sword before. He naturally knew that even he could not pull it out. It was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. It's too heavy. How can it be so heavy? At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was surging with chaotic aura. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body, drawing upon the power of chaos in the heavens. Even so, he still felt extremely strained. He was extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that there was actually such a heavy divine sword in this world. The person who was able to wield this divine sword with ease must have had incredible strength. Perhaps only a Renhuang or a supreme martial artist would have such power. Even if he could pull out the sword, Gu Fei knew very well that he would not be able to wield it unless he cultivated to the Venerable One state. However, it was impossible for Gu Fei to reach the Venerable realm in a short period of time. Under Gu Fei's full strength, the divine sword was being pulled out bit by bit. An hour later, the entire divine sword was finally pulled out by Gu Fei. The moment Gu Fei pulled out the divine sword, the weather on the divine island of life changed. The sun and moon lost their light. Without any warning, bolts of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. At this moment, the illusory fairy palace within the formation of the void suddenly became clear. It was as if it was about to rush out of the endless void that the formation of the void had evolved. Gu Fei felt his hand shake. Then, the divine sword flew up and rushed into the formation of the void. With a clang, it stabbed into the ground in front of the fairy palace. A transparent wave spread from the divine sword. The void around the fairy palace was filled with runes and then dissipated. No one thought that the moment Gu Fei pulled out the divine sword was the moment the formation of the void lost its effect. The entire formation of the void, with the fairy palace as the center, was rapidly collapsing. All of this was beyond Gu Fei's expectations. He did not want to break the formation so early, but now, Everything was no longer under his control. Haha, this divine sword is really the key to breaking the formation. The nine-headed dragon laughed and rushed towards the direction of the formation of the void. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night. When the three great demons saw this, they quickly chased after the nine-headed flood dragon. At this moment, in the formation of the void, all the powerful living beings that were trapped by Gu Fei 3 years ago were cheering and rushing towards the fairy palace. What's going on? What happened? In the formation of the void, Gu Fei's celestial body was extremely shocked. How could the formation of the void be broken so suddenly? He was already close to the fairy palace in the center of the formation of the void. At this moment, the formation of the void collapsed and the majestic fairy palace appeared in front of him. The fairy palace floated in the void. At this moment, the endless void created by the formation of the void had disappeared. Everyone rushed towards the fairy palace as if they were on steroids. In front of the fairy palace, there were white jade steps. The divine sword that flew up from the stone mountain was stabbed into the white jade steps. The 5 or 6 creatures didn't think too much and directly rushed up the white jade stairs. The moment they set foot on the white jade stairs, the godly sword in front of them suddenly vibrated. Virum! The sound of the sword rang, and a powerful wave of sword chi spread from the divine sword. The 5 or 6 powerful living beings who stepped on the white jade steps were immediately blown away. They exploded in the air and turned into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. This Gu Fei's celestial body happened to witness this scene. He was truly shocked. Fortunately, he did not rush over. Otherwise, he would have ended up like those living beings. At this moment, all the living beings that were rushing over from afar stopped. No one dared to go forward rashly. Why does that sword look so familiar? A powerful living being muttered. Why does it seem like the divine sword mountain the more I look at it? Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. It's really that sword. How did it end up here? All the living beings who saw the origin of the divine sword were extremely shocked. The divine sword that no one had ever been able to pull out from the divine sword mountain had actually appeared here. What's going on? The 9-headed dragon had also rushed over. When he saw the divine sword stuck in front of the fairy palace, he felt his scalp go numb and did not dare to go forward. Chapter 2351. The legendary divine sword became the key to breaking the void formation. The moment Gu Fei pulled it out, it automatically flew away and stuck itself in front of the immortal palace. Buzz! As the sound of the sword rang out, a strange wave spread from the divine sword. Then, the void formation collapsed, and the mysterious and ethereal fairy palace appeared in front of everyone just like that. The immortal palace was shrouded in auspicious air and auspicious light. Divine music could be heard from within, as if a heavenly palace from the immortal realm had descended upon the mortal world. At this moment, everyone was stupefied, but no one dared to step forward. Because just now there were 5 or 6 incomparably powerful creatures that wanted to enter the immortal palace, but they suffered the fate of having their bodies and souls annihilated. Behind the peaceful immortal palace was a shocking, murderous intent. No one dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body had already met up with Gu Fei. Although it had been trapped here for 3 years, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body didn't suffer any damage. He had the human emperor divine mace, so he could self-destruct even if he was trapped here. After a short conversation, Gu Fei had learned all the experiences of his immortal, venerable Tao body in the void grand formation in the past 3 years. What a surprise! Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh when he obtained the cultivation method of the Wu secret. He had finally gathered all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and mastered the most mysterious 9th secret. The Wu secret was the 9th secret of the immortal Tao. Legend had it that it was a secret technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor after becoming a sovereign. The Supreme Tao Ancestor had imparted the 9 secret techniques he had created to his 9 disciples. Each disciple had mastered a secret technique. The Wu secret was passed down to his last disciple by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. From this, it could be seen that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was most likely the 9th disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Such a background was absolutely shocking. One should know that the Supreme Tao Ancestor was an invincible sovereign. However, why was Heavenly Monarch Ziyang unwilling to talk about it? He even changed his name and became the Heavenly Monarch of the Purple Sun continent, one of the 3 continents on the soaring dragon ancestral planet. No one knew the secret behind it. Although Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body had used the godly seizing secret technique to read Celestial Darch Ziyang's soul memories, it was impossible for him to read all of them. At this time in the distance, 2 people were looking at Gu Fei and the others. They were Hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child. These 2 super antiques didn't dare to approach Gu Fei's group. The unaging demon child had already told Hierarch South Heaven about Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body defeating Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. They did not dare to act rashly. Gu Fei's celestial prime body had the human emperor divine mace, which was a great weapon that could kill Venerables. At this moment, the divine sword in front of the immortal palace emitted an indescribable aura, as if it was resonating with the immortal palace. Crack! Suddenly, the body of the divine sword began to crack, and a dark light shone out from the cracks. Then, a layer of something wrapped around the divine sword fell off. Gu Fei suddenly felt extremely uneasy when he saw this, as if something bad was about to happen. Retreat. Gu Fei decisively grabbed the iron blood Taoist and his immortal sovereign body and quickly retreated. Buzz. The moment Gu Fei retreated 1,000 miles away, the divine sword suddenly let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. 9 pitch-black Tao runes rushed out from the divine sword, and the layer of something wrapped around the divine sword fell off, revealing the true appearance of the divine sword. Swoosh! In the next moment, the 9 black Tao runes turned into a demonic dragon that emitted endless demonic qi. It soared into the sky and pounced at the immortal palace. What? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The divine sword on the godly sword mountain had turned into a demonic sword. Did someone seal the demonic sword on the godly sword mountain? What's going on? 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could not help but be astonished upon seeing this. The transformation of the divine sword into a demonic sword was too shocking and unbelievable. At that moment, an extremely powerful wave of sword qi exploded from the demonic sword. The living beings standing at the front were immediately enveloped by the spreading wave of sword qi before being minced into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. The demonic sword buzzed as the mist of blood from the powerful living beings gathered toward the demonic sword before being devoured by it. The demonic sword seemed to be even more excited after being nourished by the fresh blood, as if it had gained a life of its own. This greatly astonished the Hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child. They immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Bang! At that moment, a loud explosion was heard. The demonic dragon, formed by the 9 demonic runes that charged out from the demonic sword, slammed into the immortal palace, causing it to collapse. Everyone was dumbfounded upon seeing this. The legendary immortal palace was so fragile. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. Meanwhile, the demonic sword that was stabbed into the ground in front of the immortal palace began to emit a strange ripple, as if it was summoning something. This is bad. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. The demonic sword was incredible. It had already nurtured a demonic soul, a characteristic that only the human sovereign weapons and supreme weapons possessed. To a certain extent, the human sovereign weapons and supreme weapons had already gained a life of their own, a special kind of life. Supreme demon weapon. The iron blood Taoist's face turned pale as he thought of a possibility. Rumble! At that moment, the immortal palace began to tremble. An auspicious aura lingered in the air as mystical divine runes appeared on its surface. It felt like something was about to burst out from the palace. It felt like a peerless demon had awakened inside the palace. Could the legend be real? The hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child backed away. They recalled a certain legend that a supreme martial artist had once fought in the primordial battlefield. A war demon had been defeated by a supreme martial artist of the human race, who then sealed it away. Many people thought that the immortal palace was a palace left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor, but no one expected that it was actually a cage. A battle between supreme martial artists had once taken place in the primordial battlefield. Only a battle between two undefeatable experts would have such a profound impact. Even now, the power of the heavenly punishment that was capable of killing saints was blocked outside the primordial battlefield. How is this possible? Chapter 2352. The birth of the demonic sword was earth-shattering. The sword, Qi, turned into a dragon and destroyed a large area of the immortal palace. A terrifying demonic power was eroding the immortal Qi of the immortal palace. Rumble! The entire immortal palace shook. Countless immortal runes emerged and interweaved into a huge demon suppression diagram of the way. The supreme power of the immortal Tao filled the space. At this moment, the essence of the entire sacred island of life was gathering towards the demon suppression diagram of the way and was devoured by it. The power of the demon suppression diagram of the way was soaring. The powerful immortal Tao power suppressed the demonic power that erupted from the bottom of the immortal palace. Clang! At this moment, the demonic sword moved. It soared into the sky and turned into a huge demonic dragon, pouncing towards the demon suppression diagram of the way. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like demonic dragon collided with the demon suppression diagram of the way. The blow dissipated the endless immortal Qi. The sacred island of life shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the island as if it was about to collapse. This was the power of a supremacy. Even if it was not the real supremacy of the demons, it was not much weaker. This was because the demonic sword had become a supremacy demonic weapon. At this moment, the minds of all living beings were blank. The demonic power was so overwhelming that no one in this world could resist it. *T. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a violent fluctuation coming from the sacred land in his dantian. The souls of all living beings in the entire sacred land were trembling. Buzz! A sword hum came from Gu Fei's body. Then a purple-gold divine light rushed out from his body and turned into a purple-gold divine sword that soared into the sky. It cut through the void and rushed towards the demon suppression diagram of the way. Let's go. At this moment, Gu Fei did not care about anything else. He kept the immortal Venerable's body and iron blood Taoist into his inner world. He then took a step and crossed thousands of miles in an instant, returning to the Valley of Three Supremes. Without saying anything, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and kept everyone in the Valley of Three Supremes. He then activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and rushed out of the sacred island of life. The origin of the purple-gold divine sword was mysterious. However, when it sensed the demonic sword and flew away, he knew the origin of this supreme sword. The supreme sword and the demonic sword were like natural enemies. When it sensed the demonic sword's aura, the purple-gold divine sword emitted a terrifying murderous aura that made all living beings tremble. All the living beings on the Life Island were running for their lives. All of them had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Powerful living beings kept rushing out from the Life Island. Supremacy of supremacy, South Heaven and Earth. Of the supremacy of the supremacy of the demon. At this moment, two forces that could shake the entire primordial battlefield erupted on the sacred island of life. This was a battle between immortals and demons. How terrifying! I seem to have seen that figure from back then. Supremacy South Heaven was utterly terrified. When he left the godly island, he did take a glimpse behind him and saw a figure rising from the immortal palace. Is that demon really going to be born? The unaging demon child's voice was trembling. He knew very well that even though he was an incomparably powerful demon Venerable, he was not even comparable to an ant in front of that existence. That purple gold divine sword, could it be the peerless sword in that person's hand? The South Heaven divinity naturally saw the purple gold divine sword that was facing off against the demonic sword. This is no longer something we can interfere with, the unold demon child said. Then he retreated even further away. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He retreated tens of thousands of miles away and stood on a mountain floating in the sky. Then he looked down at the island. He had cultivated the martial path, heavenly eye. By activating it, he was able to observe the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. A distance of tens of thousands of miles was nothing to him. He could see every blade of grass and tree on the island. Meanwhile, on the godly island of life, 2 formidable forces were gathering rapidly. 2 figures with the size of mountains stood on the island. Gu Fei was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing this. The 2 figures were only illusionary figures, yet each of them was emitting an aura that was strong enough to crush the void. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Fei could already sense the formidable force. If it weren't for the power of the cauldron of mountain and river protecting him, he would have vomited blood by now. Meanwhile, many people were indeed vomiting blood. Even super ancient artifacts like Supremacy, South Heaven, and the unold demon child were coughing up blood as they were sent flying. Rumble. The aura of the extreme Tao surged, causing the entire primordial battlefield to tremble. Countless cries of battle echoed in the sky. The inextinguishable battle intent was affected by the aura of the 9 Supremacy realm. Countless godly rays burst out from many places as powerful figures appeared. All the experts that died countless years ago actually reappeared at this moment. Countless immortal soldiers and generals seemed to have received some sort of summon. All of them rushed towards the celestial island, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, densely packed, covering the entire sky. Is this the same battle that took place countless years ago? Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged on the God Mountain. Those immortal soldiers and generals passed through his body and rushed forward. These weren't true immortal soldiers and generals. They were merely their inextinguishable battle intent. Even though they had fallen countless years ago, their battle intent was still present, causing Gu Fei's blood to boil. Behind the demonic figure, countless demonic soldiers and generals were charging forward with towering demonic auras. The gigantic demonic beast was roaring, shattering the stars, sun, and moon. The immortal soldiers and generals clashed with the demonic soldiers and generals, resulting in an intense battle. Meanwhile, the 2 figures standing on the island made their moves too. Bang! The 2 Supremacy Realm experts only attacked once. Following that, Gu Fei could no longer see anything. The space before him was shrouded by the extremely strong energy of the extreme Tao. Even with the martial path heavenly eye, he was unable to see through it. What a pity! Gu Fei shook his head. It was a battle between the Supremacy Realm experts. It would be a great opportunity for him if he could spectate the battle. However, it was impossible. No one was allowed to spectate a battle between the Supremacy Realm experts, unless they were other Supremacy Realm experts. Otherwise, no one would be able to witness a battle of this level. The rift ahead was completely shrouded by the extremely strong immortal and demonic forces. The 2 forces clashed and canceled each other out. Clanging noises could be heard from time to time. Chapter 2353. The purple gold godly sword revived and clashed with the supreme demon sword. It was as though 2 supremes were fighting. A terrifying pressure spread out, shaking the entire primordial battlefield. This was a continuation of the battle that happened countless years ago. At this moment, with the divine island of life as the center, the void within a radius of 10 million miles was enveloped by the extreme Tao Sage aura. All the powerful living beings had already retreated from the primordial battlefield. Only Gu Fei was still sitting on a divine mountain, using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. He did not leave the primordial battlefield. Buzz! The sound of swords resonated through the heavens. The two supreme swords clashed continuously, releasing waves of terrifying waves that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. So strong! Although Gu Fei had used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, the extreme Tao's pressure still seeped in, making him feel as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on his heart. He had no choice but to retreat for millions of miles before he felt better. The Taoist rhyme of a supremes filled every inch of the void. This was the profound meaning of the supreme immortal Tao. Gu Fei opened up his inner world and released his immortal, sovereign body. The other Taoist rhyme of the demonic Tao was no weaker than the Taoist rhyme of the immortal Tao. It was hard to imagine that in this world, there was actually a supreme demon that could compete with the supreme Tao ancestor. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. The demonic sword hummed, and boundless demonic qi spread out, enveloping half of the world in front of them. Within the monstrous demonic qi, one could vaguely see a terrifying demonic shadow, like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. At this moment, the purple-gold godly sword emitted a supreme immortal Tao divine power that was no weaker than the power of the demonic Tao. The divine island of life floated in the demonic qi, and the demon suppression diagram was faintly discernible. In the battle back then, the supreme demon lord was suppressed on the divine island of life by the supreme Tao ancestor. The supreme Tao ancestor even moved an immortal palace over there to prevent the supreme demon lord from breaking the seal and coming out again. After countless years, the supreme Tao ancestor disappeared. After the great calamity, the primordial battlefield was unexpectedly preserved. This was something that the supreme Tao ancestor did not expect. The purple gold divine sword should be the Tao weapon of the Wushang Tao ancestor. There was no mistake about it. Otherwise, the purple gold divine sword would not have automatically awakened and fought against that peerless demon sword. Roar! An angry roar came from within the demonic qi. A great demon walked out of the demonic qi and directly attacked the purple gold godly sword. It was extremely powerful. This was the demon transformed from the peerless demon sword. The paragon sword was different from ordinary saint weapons. To a certain extent, the paragon sword was also a kind of life. Kill! The purple gold divine sword transformed into a skinny middle-aged man and charged towards the peerless demon sword. Supreme artifacts were proficient in transformations, but this wasn't something that defied the natural order. One had to know that supreme artifacts were existences with life, just like all living creatures in the world. Boom! The two supreme being level existences collided with each other, erupting peerlessly terrifying energy fluctuations. It was as frightening as if the world was about to collapse. This was the collision between the supreme immortal Tao's power and the extreme Tao demon ancestor's power. The sacred island of life beneath their feet instantly turned into ashes, no longer existing. Rumble! The demon suppression diagram of Tao was shaking. Endless divine light of the extreme Tao descended from the demon suppression diagram and then intertwined, forming a spherical cage. Within the cage, there was a dried corpse surrounded by demonic qi. That was the corpse of the peerless demon ancestor, sealed on the sacred island of life by the supreme Tao ancestor with the demon suppression diagram of Tao. The demonic corpse that was sealed by the demon suppression diagram of Tao actually emitted a faint vitality, as if the peerless demon ancestor was not completely dead yet. The methods of the peerless demon ancestor were hard to understand. Back in the Hell Tao, The demon ancestor in Tian was also killed by the extreme Tao commandment blade of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. However, after countless years, the demon ancestor in Tian came back to life. The great demon that was formed by the peerless demon sword and the extreme Tao Saint Immortal that was formed by the violet gold divine sword were fighting intensely. Every great technique that was cast was enough to destroy the world, and its power was extremely terrifying. It was a pity that no one could witness this battle, because this part of the world was affected by the Tao laws of the Supremes, and all divine senses were blocked. Even Gu Fei could not see what was happening inside. However, Gu Fei and his immortal sovereign Tao body could comprehend the two supreme Tao rhymes under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely a great fortune for Gu Fei. After all, was there anyone in this world that could approach the Tao of an exalted stage expert? Comprehending the Tao of the Supremes and coming into contact with the invincible Tao rhymes gave Gu Fei great benefits, and he took another crucial step on the path of the Supremes. 1. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared between the heavens and the earth, enveloping the entire divine mountain. 2. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the divine mountain. 1. Gu Fei's body was shrouded in chaotic aura, and 9 chaos Tao patterns were faintly visible, intertwining with the power of the great Tao. The other Gu Fei's body was shrouded in immortal Tao divine light, and the 9 immortal Tao patterns were faintly visible behind his head like 9 divine halos. Comprehending the Tao of the Supremes, and then verifying his own Tao. If he could comprehend it, Gu Fei's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. The battle between the Supremes was extremely fierce, and in the end, the entire ancient battlefield was destroyed. The aura of the Supremes swept across the entire ancestral star, causing billions of living beings to tremble. Deep in the boundless sea, the moment the aura of the Supremes appeared on the soaring dragon ancestral star, in the extreme north of the demon domain, a figure sitting on the yin-yang diagram suddenly opened his eyes. It was a bare-chested man, and there seemed to be the sun and moon sinking in his eyes. It was as if he could see through the endless void and see the ancient battlefield that had collapsed. On the spirit mountain of the West Earth Buddhist sect, a young monk stood up from his praying mat, holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand, and looked in the direction of the fallen god sea. The Supremes are still in the mortal realm. In an extremely secretive place on the soaring dragon continent, sinister winds blew, and ghostly shadows flickered. This was the Fengdu ghost domain. In the main hall of a god city in the sky above the ghost domain, a pale-faced middle-aged man suddenly sensed something, and his eyes shone brightly. At this moment, some of the invincible existences on the soaring dragon ancestral star were alarmed. And the moment the ancient battlefield collapsed, the battle between the Supremes also ended. In the end, the demon suppression diagram collapsed, and the corpse of the peerless demon lord fell out, and was swept away by the peerless demon sword. The purple gold divine sword could not stop it, and flew back to Gu Fei's side, and the sword soul within the sword fell into a deep slumber. In the end, the purple gold divine sword fell, completely silent. Go! Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword immediately and left the place. Chapter 2354. The supreme level battle shocked the invincible beings on the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Then, someone arrived outside the ancient battlefield in the depths of the God Down Ocean. The ancient battlefield was filled with supreme level Tao laws. No one dared to enter. Even the invincible beings did not dare to take the risk. What's going on? The figure that came from the sky was blurry. It was not his real body, but a shadow formed by his spirit. However, even a shadow formed by his spirit was enough to shock the world. One should know that the soaring dragon continent was thousands of miles away from the depths of the God Down Ocean. Yet, this person's spirit could travel there instantly. Gu Fei would definitely not be able to catch up to such a cultivation. He was invincible and far more terrifying and powerful than anyone could imagine. At this moment, a golden rainbow extended from the sky and landed in front of the ancient battlefield. A figure stepped on the golden rainbow and arrived outside the ancient battlefield in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the golden rainbow under his feet dissipated into the void. "It's you." The middle-aged man who came first took a glance at the figure and said, "I didn't expect you to be faster than me." The golden figure said, "This person did not come with his real body." The golden figure was also formed by a spirit, yet it still emitted a powerful aura. "Humph, are you itching for a beating?" The middle-aged man said coldly, You may be the ancient great beast, but I'm not a pushover either." The golden figure said coldly, "Let's fight then." The incarnation of the great ancient ferocious beast exuded a shocking battle intent. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" the golden figure said, and was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a pale-faced middle-aged man in white robes and a crown walked over from the sky and approached them in an instant. Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The two were shocked to see the middle-aged man in white. "Humph!" Ghost Emperor Fengdu snorted and reached out his right hand towards the avatar of the great ancient fierce. A black rune emerged in his palm. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged out from his palm, sucking the incarnation of the great ancient beast towards his right hand. Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the great ancient omen spirit will incarnation, turned pale with fright. He never thought that Ghost Emperor Fengdu would attack him as soon as he arrived, causing him to lose his chance to escape. Shua. The ancient great omen spiritual will incarnation was devoured by Ghost Emperor Fengdu's right hand and was directly refined. In front of Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the ancient great omen spiritual will incarnation couldn't even withstand a single blow. The moment Ghost Emperor Fengdu refined the incarnation of the great ancient beast, a furious roar came from the depths of a danger zone on the Tunglong continent. The entire danger zone shook. "Ghost Emperor Fengdu, I'll settle the old and new grudges with you one day." The great ancient beasts roared in the depths of the Forbidden Land. "I didn't expect you to descend with your real body." The golden figure was shocked to the extreme. Ghost Emperor Fengdu actually descended with his real body. He crossed the endless void and directly appeared here. This level of cultivation and methods shocked the golden figure to the extreme. Spiritual will incarnation and descending with one's real body were two different concepts. Spiritual will could reach a place instantly, but the real body might not be able to reach it. The depths of the divine fallen sea was too far away from the Tunglong continent. Even those ancient sages couldn't find this place. "I didn't expect someone from the Golden Crow clan to still be alive." Ghost Emperor Fengdu glanced at the golden figure and said such words. He could see the origin of the golden figure at a glance. Dying 100 times, struggling at death's door until the present. "Compared to you, I'm really ashamed." The golden figure shook his head and said, Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't say much. He directly walked into the shattered void filled with sovereign Tao laws and quickly disappeared inside. Not long after Ghost Emperor Fengdu entered the completely destroyed ancient battlefield, a few more spiritual will incarnations descended. These spiritual will incarnations were the same as the golden figure. They didn't dare to take the risk of entering the shattered void in front. Soon, Ghost Emperor Fengdu walked out from inside and directly left. The few people who came later were shocked when they saw Ghost Emperor Fengdu suddenly walk out from the shattered void, filled with sovereign Tao laws. Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't pay attention to these people. He performed a great technique and instantly crossed the endless void, returning to Ghost Palace of Fengdu. "Not a sovereign." He then said such words. Then, Ghost Palace of Fengdu became silent. When these invincible existences, spiritual will incarnations descended, Gu Fei had already left. Not long after, he returned to Purple Sun continent. Heavenly Emperor purple sun had been suppressed by his immortal, sovereign Tao body. He returned to Purple Sun continent in order to become the master of this great continent. Since he planned to establish his own force, he needed a place to do so. One of the 3 great continents in the sea, Purple Sun continent, was a good place. Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and released Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 great bandits. Then he also released his battle weapon. Only after experiencing the baptism of battle could one become a powerful warrior. Gu Fei's battle weapon needed to be tempered. There was no suspense when he came to Purple Sun continent again. Gu Fei only used 10 days to completely conquer this great continent. The experts of Solitary Prefecture were no match for Gu Fei. Unique Manor surrendered, and all the upper echelons of Unique Manor were expelled from the unique sacred mountain by Gu Fei. Then he sent his own people to take over everything. On top of Solitary Sacred Mountain stood a magnificent palace. This was the Golden Crow Palace, with traces of fiery qi lingering around it. This palace was actually built from extreme yang stone. The yang qi here was incomparably strong. If one cultivated the power of fire, cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. In the depths of the Golden Crow Palace, there was a forbidden area. No one could enter, not even Heavenly Emperor Purple Sunday. No one knew what was inside. Some people guessed that it was the inheritance left behind by the Golden Crow clan. Of course, this was only a guess. Lord, since we have already conquered Purple Sun continent, why don't we conquer the other 2 continents as well? Iron Blood Taoist asked Gu Fei from the peak of Solitary Sacred Mountain. The other 2 continents. Chapter 2355. The 3 realms and 6 paths would not be spared from the coming of the great era. The soaring dragon ancestral star, whether it was the soaring dragon continent or the divine fallen ocean, was in chaos. After Gu Fei took control of the Ziyang continent, he began to train his troops there. He wanted to conquer the other 2 continents, unify the boundless divine sea, and then head straight for the soaring dragon continent. Only by conquering this land would he have the power to contend against the ancient, desolate factions. One should know that the ancient, desolate factions had an unimaginably deep foundation. Back on the ancestral star of Buzhou, the foundation that the Central Plains Immortal Mansion displayed when it was destroyed was enough to shock the world. No one knew that the Central Plains Immortal Mansion actually had an immortal sovereign in slumber and also possessed the Emperor Divine Mace. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, even if the major factions of the ancestral star of Buzhou joined forces, they might not have been able to destroy the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. One had to admit that the Solitary Sacred Mountain was truly blessed by the heavens. It was located on the ancestral vein of the earth and was nourished by the ancestral veins, spiritual energy day and night. The spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius of the Solitary Sacred Mountain was several times denser than the average spiritual energy in the Ziyang continent. This was a paradise for cultivators. Cultivating on the Solitary Sacred Mountain would yield twice the results with half the effort. Gu Fei opened his inner world and let everyone out, allowing them to cultivate on the Solitary Sacred Mountain or go out to other places in the Ziyang continent. Blindly cultivating was not a way to improve one's cultivation. Cultivators needed to sharpen their bodies, especially warriors who needed to comprehend various combat techniques in battle. As Gu Fei's successor, Yao Yu chose to leave the Solitary Sacred Mountain and go out to explore the world. Gu Fei didn't say anything about her choice. How could one see the rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Yao Yu lacked experience, which was definitely not a good thing for her when she underwent her tribulation in the future. The 12 bandits weren't Gu Fei's successors, but Gu Fei didn't restrict their freedom. However, the 12 bandits knew that in order to survive in the Great Era, they must first improve their cultivation as much as possible. One should know that even sages could fall in the Great Era, let alone them. When the upheaval came, those with higher cultivation would be able to live longer. The people from the Meng clan could be considered to be Gu Fei's successor. That Menglong was also very hardworking. His master was Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's grand disciple. Although Gu Fei did not give him much guidance in cultivation, that child had already become a martial immortal. Although the other members of the Meng family weren't as talented as Menglong, most of them had already reached the half-step immortal realm. This was a very powerful force. If they were able to train an army completely composed of martial immortals, it would be something that no one had ever done before or since. Even in the great, desolate world, no one had ever done this. The descendants of the martial ancestors' bloodline were rare to begin with. Among all the supremes, the martial ancestor was one of the few who had not established their own faction. For example, the Buddhist Lord and the Supreme Tao ancestor had established their own factions. In the human realm, the Buddhist Lord had traveled to all the ancestral grounds of life. He had passed down his orthodoxy in these places, and his disciples could be found all over the human realm. Gu Fei didn't hide anything. He did his best to help his subordinates improve their cultivation. However, the human realm was still shrouded by the power of heavenly wrath. No one could undergo the sage tribulation under such circumstances. Gu Fei's disciple, Red Dragon, had cultivated to the great circle of the quasi-sage realm. Unfortunately, the ancient battlefield had been destroyed. He could only suppress his cultivation and wait for the right time to undergo the tribulation. According to Gu Fei's estimation, it wouldn't be long before the power of heavenly wrath in the human realm disappeared. When that happened, some super antiques would jump out. Everyone was waiting for that moment to come. Before that, what Gu Fei needed to do was very simple. He needed to unify the entire fallen god ocean and establish his own super faction. The southern heaven hierarch's clear moon continent was about 100,000 miles away from the purple sun continent. The undying demon child's falling star continent was even further. On this day, Gu Fei left the iron blood Taoist to guard the purple sun continent while he left the purple sun continent alone and entered the fallen god ocean. The southern heaven hierarch wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid. He could even suppress the purple sun heavenly emperor. Could the southern heaven hierarch be stronger than the purple sun heavenly emperor? Gu Fei used his 8 steps extreme speed and directly flew towards the clear moon continent. He was so fast that ordinary living beings couldn't even see his shadow. What's going on? On a large island, a 5-colored divine bird that had attained enlightenment suddenly sensed a hair-raising aura sweeping across the sky in an instant, making its hair stand on end. The 5-colored divine bird was bewildered. It seemed like an expert was passing by its island. A few days later, Gu Fei arrived at the sea region near the clear moon continent. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the clear moon continent. He only lingered on the islands in the outer sea of the clear moon continent. Unlike the purple sun continent, the sea region near the clear moon continent had countless small islands scattered across the sea, scattered like stars in the sky. The sea region outside the clear moon continent wasn't that peaceful. The countless islands were filled with unsafe factors. Gu Fei discovered that pirates often appeared between these islands. Through understanding, Gu Fei learned some things. Among these pirates, the largest group of pirates was actually formed by the remnant forces of the previous owner of the clear moon continent. Thousands of years ago, the owner of the clear moon continent wasn't the southern heaven hierarch. The southern heaven hierarch came to the clear moon continent from somewhere else thousands of years ago. This outsider was extremely ambitious. His cultivation was also extremely powerful. The southern heaven hierarch directly found the ruler of the clear moon continent at that time and challenged him. The 2 peerless experts fought for 10 days and 10 nights in the sea region outside the clear moon continent. In the end, the southern heaven hierarch slew the ruler and became the new ruler of the clear moon continent. In the end, the people of the previous ruler were mercilessly suppressed by the southern heaven hierarch. Only a small number of people escaped and formed an island. There's actually such a thing. The Southern Heaven Hierarch doesn't seem to be that popular. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, he was on an island in the outer sea of the Clear Moon continent called Sunset Island. The island wasn't big, but it had beautiful scenery. Furthermore, it was very quiet. Not many people would set foot on this island. This was because the owner of this island was the strongest pirate leader. Some people said that the leader of the Black Crow Pirates was the son of the previous ruler of the Clear Moon continent. The Black Crow Pirates hated the people of the Southern Heaven Hierarch. As long as they caught the people of the Southern Heaven Hierarch, the Black Crow Pirates would immediately kill them. They wouldn't ask a single question or say a single word. Gu Fei had come here to meet the leader of the Black Crow Pirates. No one knew what the leader of the Black Crow Pirates looked like, nor did anyone know his whereabouts. Gu Fei was only here to try his luck and see if he could meet this person. However, he had been wandering around the Sunset Island for a few days. He didn't even see a single person, let alone the leader of the Black Crow Pirates. However, Gu Fei knew that someone on this island was spying on him from time to time. It was obvious that the people of the Black Crow Pirates had already set their eyes on him. On the 7th day, someone finally appeared. A black shadow silently appeared behind Gu Fei in the dark night. "You're the Black Crow." Gu Fei didn't turn around and said indifferently, "Who are you?" The black shadow said coldly. His tone was filled with a cold, murderous intent. "I'm the person who can make you the ruler of the Clear Moon continent again." Gu Fei said. "What?" The mysterious shadow was shocked upon hearing this. It seemed like this person was well aware of the grudge between the Black Crow Pirates and the Southern Heaven Hierarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. "If you don't want to be the ruler of the Clear Moon continent, just pretend that I didn't say anything," Gu Fei said. "Please follow me," the mysterious shadow said to Gu Fei before leading the way and bringing Gu Fei to a pavilion in the woods. The mysterious shadow then asked Gu Fei to wait for a moment while he entered the pavilion. The Black Crow sure is arrogant. Chapter 2356. Gu Fei wanted to meet the mysterious leader of the pirates, He Wu. However, He Wu was too arrogant and wanted Gu Fei to wait for him. However, Gu Fei completely ignored He Wu and walked straight into the pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion, a dozen black figures suddenly appeared from the side and surrounded Gu Fei. "Humph, is this how you treat your guests?" Gu Fei coldly glanced at the dozen or so black-clothed people around him before speaking. There was a sun embroidered on the chest of these black-clothed people, and within the sun was a black bird spreading its wings. This was the symbol of the He Wu pirates. A red sun and a black bird were embroidered on the chest of their clothes. It's not up to you to decide whether you're our guests or not. At that moment, the mysterious man who had brought Jiang Fan here walked out of the pavilion. A murderous aura emanated from his body. "I thought I'd give you a great opportunity, but it seems like I've overestimated you," Gu Fei said disdainfully as he looked at the mysterious man who was approaching him. "Enough with the nonsense. If you're not old thief Nantian's man, then seal your own cultivation. That way, we'll believe that you're not sent by old thief Nantian." The mysterious man said. Haha, Gu Fei laughed. Ever since he became a martial sage, no one had ever dared to ask him to seal his own cultivation. It seemed like He Wu was simply a bird that was frightened by the mere twang of a bow. "What are you laughing at? Old thief Nantian wants to destroy us, but we still exist. Being cautious is our way of survival," the mysterious man said expressionlessly. "You guys should leave. I don't want to hurt you," Gu Fei said. Since He Wu was unwilling to see him, he would be the one who regretted it in the future. Apart from He Wu, he still had a few other choices. He did not necessarily have to let He Wu rule the Clear Moon continent. The rules of the cultivation world were cruel. As long as one was strong enough, one could intimidate everyone and make them not dare to resist. The South Heaven Supremacy had used his undefeatable strength to slay the previous ruler of the Clear Moon continent, thus becoming the ruler of the Clear Moon continent. That being said, there were many who rebelled against the South Heaven Supremacy, but for the past few thousand years, the South Heaven Supremacy still ruled over a continent. No one was able to challenge his position. Kill. The mysterious man uttered the order without hesitation. He had no idea if the man was one of the South Heaven Supremacy's men, but he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. At that very moment, the dozen black-robed men surrounding Gu Fei made their move. Tens of streams of power erupted from their bodies, forming an incomparably powerful force that enveloped Gu Fei. Damn it! Gu Fei was infuriated. It seemed these fellows had used this method to kill countless people. It was impossible for him to seal his own cultivation. At this moment, countless array runes appeared beneath Gu Fei's feet. These people had lured him here for a reason. Rumble! The void trembled as countless array runes rose from the ground, turning into heavenly sabers that slashed at Gu Fei. The sharp saber rays tore the void apart. Humph! Gu Fei just stood there motionlessly, allowing the countless heavenly blades formed by the formation runes to slash at him. Clang! As the heavenly sabers slashed at Gu Fei's body, a metallic clang was produced. The heavenly sabers were repelled and dissipated in the void. This, outside the killing formation, the mysterious person couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The other party's physical body was so powerful that even a grand completion quasi-sage would be instantly killed if they entered this killing formation. Roar! Within the formation, more than 10 black-robed men roared in unison and drove the killing formation with all their might. They wanted to refine Gu Fei within the killing formation. Divine chains of the Great Path rushed out from the formation on the ground. They first wrapped around Gu Fei's feet, then wrapped around his entire body. On every divine chain of the Great Path, there were runes of the Great Path faintly visible. Clang! Every divine chain of the Great Path let out a clang and tightened inwards. The strong power of the Great Path was boundless. Humph! I don't believe that you can defy the heavens. The mysterious man stared at Gu Fei, who was wrapped up by the divine chains of the Great Path, and said coldly, "Actually, I forgot to tell you that I often defy the heavens." Gu Fei's voice came from within the killing formation. What? The mysterious man was shocked. He could vaguely feel that such a person would not become anyone's subordinate. He seemed to have done something wrong. Boom! In the next moment, the chaotic aura in the killing formation exploded. The divine chains of the Great Path that wrapped around Gu Fei all collapsed and dissipated in the void. The extremely powerful chaotic power spread out. The killing formation under Gu Fei's feet was destroyed by the chaotic patterns of the Great Path. The killing formation collapsed. The dozen or so black-clothed men immediately screamed as they were sent flying. They spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. They suffered a great impact and fell to the ground, unable to stand up for a while. Gu Fei did not hold back. Since the other party wanted to kill him, why should he hold back? The chaotic power swept out, and the pavilion directly exploded. The people in the pavilion were either dead or injured. Even the mysterious man spat out blood and flew backward. "Who are you?" In the ruins, the mysterious man struggled to stand up. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure instantly appeared in front of the mysterious man. The mysterious man was shocked and then sat down on the ground. "I said that I wanted to give you guys a great opportunity. Unfortunately, you guys don't want it." Gu Fei looked down at the mysterious man and said expressionlessly, "You are an ancient sage." At this time, the mysterious man realized that he was very wrong. He regretted it so much. This person turned out to be an ancient sage. Such an existence was enough to compete with old thief Nan Tian. "I'm old enough to curse." Gu Fei said, "All right, since He Wu doesn't want to be the ruler of the Clear Moon continent, I will find someone who is willing." Gu Fei said and turned to leave without looking at the mysterious man. At this time, the mysterious man already knew that what the other party said was not a lie. This person was definitely not sent by old thief Nantian. Seeing Gu Fei's figure disappear in the forest, the mysterious man was agitated and spat out another mouthful of blood. After Gu Fei left Luoxia Island, he went straight to the lair of another group of pirates. The lair of this group of pirates was on the demonic Sky Island, which was about 30,000 miles away from the Clear Moon continent. The demonic Sky Island was an island where demonic corpses were discovered. On this island, some people would often see demonic figures walking around. This group of pirates was known as the demonic Sky Pirates. Although the strength of the demonic Sky Pirates was not as strong as the Heiwu Pirates, they were not too far off. The leader of the demonic Sky Pirates was a great perfection quasi-sage. He was only half a step away from becoming a sage. "Big brother, our food is running out. Should we go for some exercise?" On a stone cliff of the demonic Sky Island, there were countless caves. The living quarters of the demonic Sky Pirates were these caves. In the largest stone room on the stone cliff, there were more than 10 ferocious-looking guys gathered. It's time to go for some exercise." A white-haired old man sitting at the head of the table nodded and said, "Big brother, I've received news that in 3 days, some of the ships of the Hierarch South Heaven will pass by the Devil's Gorge. When that time comes, a middle-aged man with a pale face and no facial hair standing beside the old man said, "We're going to rob Old Man South Heaven's belongings." Everyone in the stone room was shocked when they heard this. One should know that the ships were sent by the Hierarch South Heaven to search for rare treasures for him. No one spoke as they looked at the old man, waiting for him to make a decision. "Are you going to rob or not?" The middle-aged man said, "Of course we're going to rob." In the end, the old man said these words. As the old man made up his mind to rob the fleet of the Supreme South Heaven's Supreme God's fleet, a figure silently appeared in the chamber. The figure arrived in front of the old man and kicked away a bulky man like a black iron tower before sitting down on the ground. "Who are you?" The person who came to a realization yelled. The man who was kicked aside let out a furious roar as he stood up from the ground. He raised his fist that was the size of a casserole and smashed it at the person. The person did not stand up from his seat, nor did he look like he was facing a formidable enemy. Instead, he casually reached out his right hand and used his right index finger to block the punch. What? Everyone was shocked upon seeing this. One should know that the person who attacked the man was a famous strongman among the Devil Sky Pirates with astonishing strength. Even a small hill would be smashed into pieces by the black iron tower's punch. However, this person that suddenly appeared was able to use a single finger to block the black iron pagoda's ferocious punch. This caused everyone in the stone room to be shocked. Roar! The black iron tower roared continuously and continued to exert his strength. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, his fist could not move forward even an inch. "Black Bull, back off." The old man, sitting at the head of the table, looked at the person opposite him and said. Hearing this, the black iron tower withdrew his fist unwillingly and stepped aside. "So you're the boss of the Devil Sky Pirates?" The person looked at the old man and asked. The person was none other than Gu Fei, who had silently arrived at the Devil Sky Island and entered the tightly guarded stone room. "I'm their boss. May I know why you're here, fellow Taoist?" The old man did not dare to be negligent. One should know that the person had snuck into the stone room without making a sound. Even he could not sense the person's arrival. This was enough to prove that the person's cultivation was definitely higher than his. Chapter 2357. On the demonic Sky Island, the base of the demonic Sky Pirates was extremely quiet. Even the breathing of the crowd could be heard. At this moment, everyone in the huge stone chamber was looking at Gu Fei. They wanted to know what this mysterious man was trying to do. "I am here to give you a great opportunity. Gu Fei looked at the old man in front of him and said, "A great opportunity." The old man was shocked upon hearing this. A person who could say something like this was definitely not an ordinary person. Could this person be a sage, or even one of those high and mighty ancient sages? He was very clear that this person was able to come here without anyone noticing. It was enough to show how powerful and terrifying this person was. If this person wanted to make a move on them, everyone here, including the old man, would not be spared. That's right. I can make you the ruler of the Clear Moon Continent. Gu Fei looked into the old man's eyes and said, "What?" Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Becoming the ruler of the Clear Moon Continent was not an easy task. One should know that the Clear Moon Continent was currently under the control of the hierarch South Heaven. For thousands of years, no one had been able to shake the position of the hierarch South Heaven in the Clear Moon Continent. You must be joking. Although the old man was shocked, he remained calm. His eyes flickered as he looked at Gu Fei. "Humph! Do I look like someone who would joke around?" Gu Fei said calmly. "Then what's your condition?" As the leader of the demonic sky pirates, the old man naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In order to obtain something, one had to pay a corresponding price. It's very simple. You have to submit to me," Gu Fei said with a smile. The old man was startled upon hearing this. It seemed like this person was trying to make him submit to him. However, he had no choice but to agree to it given the current situation. He did not want to take the risk. He could not afford to offend this person. "I'll give you some time to consider," Gu Fei said. However, he did not leave. He was waiting. "Boss, we've spent our entire lives to build this organization. Are we going to give it away?" Someone said something like that. "That's right. Who does this fellow think he is? He actually wants us to submit to him the moment he arrives." A tall and burly man with a scar on his face said with dissatisfaction. Gu Fei watched this scene coldly. He knew very well that these unruly fellows wouldn't submit to him so easily, but he wasn't in a hurry. "All of you, shut up!" The old man shouted angrily. No one dared to say another word. "This is the great fortune you spoke of." The old man asked Gu Fei. "That's right. Becoming my subordinate is 100 times better than being pirates here," Gu Fei said. The old man pondered for a while and then said, "All right, I agree. I am willing to submit, but you must also remember the promise you made to me." "Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're much better than that black merc." Gu Fei nodded. "You went to see Black Crow." The old man couldn't help but be taken aback. One must know that the strength of the Black Crow pirates was far from what the Devil Sky pirates could compare to. The Black Crow pirates were the strongest pirate organization among all the pirates. Gu Fei nodded his head, but he didn't say anything. The old man didn't dare to ask either. "Remember, your master is called Gu Fei, and Gu Fei is me." Gu Fei swept his gaze across the crowd and said. Everyone present looked at each other. For a moment, it was difficult for them to accept this sudden change. They didn't know what to do. "Yes, master." The old man took the lead and knelt before Gu Fei. When everyone saw that their boss had knelt, they followed suit. Everyone in the stone chamber knelt before Gu Fei. "Very good." Gu Fei nodded. Then he asked them to stand up. "If I want to help you expand your territory as soon as possible, what can I do?" Gu Fei asked the old man. The old man was the boss of the Devil Sky pirates, so he naturally knew many ways to attack cities. In order to expand their territory, they would need a supreme expert to oversee it. Only with enough power could one conquer the world. In the stone chamber, Gu Fei was conversing with the old man. The old man's name was Luo Shao, the Devil Sky pirates that he had established. Luo Shao was definitely capable. The Devil Sky pirates were only slightly weaker than the Black Crow pirates, and were the second strongest pirate organization in the outer ocean of the Clear Moon Continent. There was a reason why Gu Fei looked for Luo Shao. In order to expand their territory, they would need to conquer the other forces in the nearby seas and establish a powerful force in the outer ocean to compete with the divine south heaven of the clear moon continent. It wasn't like something like this hadn't happened in the past thousands of years. Using the power of the islands in the outer endless ocean to surround the clear moon continent. 1,000 years ago, a genius had once used this method. Back then, the person had unified all the factions in the outer endless ocean and led countless experts to invade the clear moon continent, which almost overthrew the rule of the South Heaven Divine Highness. In the end, that person fought with the divine South Heaven and was defeated. He died, causing the outer ocean alliance to collapse. All the forces in the outer ocean were in a state of disunity. In that battle, the forces in the outer ocean of the clear moon continent were almost uprooted by the divine South Heaven. Since then, the forces in the outer ocean gradually declined and no longer had the strength to compete with the divine South Heaven. This time, with the arrival of Gu Fei, there was finally a change in the outer ocean of the clear moon continent. Gu Fei chatted with Luo Shao for around an hour before he left the Devil Sky Island and headed for the Mulberry Island near the Devil Sky Island. The Wood Mulberry Island was an island that was even larger than the Devil Sky Island. There was an ancient forest on this island that was uninhabited. Such an island wasn't without an owner. On the Mulberry Island, there was a divine tree that had gained intelligence. The divine tree was extremely powerful. Even Luo Shao knew that he wasn't a match for the Tree Emperor. It was extremely difficult to achieve the Tao with plants. However, once one succeeded, one would be extremely powerful and invincible among the same level. Gu Fei wanted to subdue the Tree Emperor on the Mulberry Island and take the first step in expanding his territory. Soon, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the Mulberry Island. A powerful aura spread out from his body. As he unleashed his aura, a powerful divine sense emerged from the depths of the island. "Who is it that has come to visit my Mulberry Island?" A voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. "Die or submit." Gu Fei didn't say anything else and let the Tree Emperor choose. Humph! The Tree Emperor snorted coldly as an even stronger aura gushed out from the depths of the ancient forest. All the living beings on the island were shocked beyond words. This Tree Emperor was the sovereign of the Mulberry Island. He controlled the life and death of all the living beings on the island. Since when had he ever been looked down upon as such? This caused him to be both shocked and infuriated. Boom! Boom! In the depths of the primordial ancient forest, a monstrous wave of demonic chi burst out. An incomparably huge divine tree shot up into the sky from the depths of the primordial ancient forest. Countless branches hung down from the divine tree, and every branch had a spiritual light flowing around it. No wonder even Luo Shao isn't willing to attack the Mulberry Island. It seems like this Tree Emperor is really strong. When Gu Fei caught sight of the heavenly tree that shot up into the sky, his pupils could not help but narrow. This was a quasi-demon saint and was extremely strong. "Human, hurry up and scram, and I can still spare your life." The divine sense rippled out once more as the Tree Emperor reverted to his true form and rushed towards Gu Fei. The demonic chi spread out for 30,000 miles and was extremely terrifying. "Die or surrender." Gu Fei's reply was still the same. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was speaking, a branch pierced over from the distance. In an instant, it arrived before Gu Fei's chest, wanting to pierce through Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed onto that branch. He then tugged it forcefully, and that branch was torn apart by him. What? The Tree Emperor was truly taken aback right now. As the saying went, if one wasn't a ferocious dragon, one wouldn't cross the river. Since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, he must definitely have some sort of backing. No one would want to send themselves to death even if they knew that they weren't a match for the other party. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to tear off a branch of the Tree Emperor, the demonic chi of the Tree Emperor burst forth. Countless jade-green branches flew up and pierced towards Gu Fei. Densely packed, dark green branches blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire stretch of sky. Ha! Gu Fei laughed out as he rushed up. All of the jade-green branches that were piercing towards him were repelled by the chaos chi shield that was surging out of his body. Bam! Instantly he closed in on the tree emperor. Gu Fei then punched out with his fist, causing the void to tremble. With his fist as the center, a transparent ripple spread out in all directions. It was just a single punch, a seemingly ordinary punch. However, it had broken all of the jade-green branches that were piercing towards Gu Fei. At the same time, that gigantic tree body of the tree emperor was sent flying. How could this be? Just who in the world are you? Chapter 2358. Even though the ruler of the Mulberry Island was called the Tree Emperor, he was a true quasi-sage perfection realm demon expert. He was only half a step away from becoming a demon sage. An existence like him was supposed to enter the world of chaos to overcome the heavenly tribulation of the demon sage. However, the Tree Emperor had missed his chance. The passageway to the world of chaos did not appear outside the Tonglong continent. The living beings in the God-Down Ocean were unaware of the opening of the world of chaos. This time, the arrival of Gu Fei had broken the peace of the Mulberry Island. Gu Fei was going to conquer the world and conquer the God-Down Ocean. Boom! Gu Fei extended his martial physique like an ancestral dragon. A powerful force burst out from his fist and sent the Tree Emperor flying a few thousand zhang away. Roar! The Tree Emperor roared furiously. Even though he was the ruler of the Mulberry Saber, he was nothing in front of Gu Fei. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop himself from being pushed back. Kill! The Tree Emperor roared in rage. Demonic markings circled around his body as a powerful Taoist rhyme spread out from his body. A huge divine tree floated high up in the sky. Countless branches pierced through the sky and pierced through the void. The chi of the heavens and earth crazily gathered toward the tree of God. The Tree Emperor was executing a great technique to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth. He was going to use this energy to fight against Gu Fei. If you have any skills, just use them. Gu Fei stood in the sky and stared at the tree of God that was emitting a towering green, demonic glow. His face revealed a smile. He was not in a rush to make his move. You're too arrogant. The Tree Emperor's voice echoed in Gu Fei's heart. His tone was filled with murderous intent. This human who dares to disturb me while I'm cultivating really deserves to die. Submit to me. Don't struggle pointlessly. Gu Fei said, Who do you think you are? Hierarch Southern Heaven? The Tree Emperor said in disdain. Hierarch Southern Heaven. I'll trample him under my feet sooner or later. Gu Fei said calmly, Looks like you won't have the chance. Die. At this time, the Tree Emperor had already condensed his peak power. The powerful demon saint aura was vast and mighty, and the entire world was shaking. Endless wood essence chi rushed up from the island below, turning into rays of green light and entering the Tree Emperor's body. Then, the gigantic divine tree disappeared. The jade-green light that filled the sky retreated like a receding tide. A figure appeared high up in the sky, looking down at the earth. An extremely powerful aura spread out. Interesting. You are qualified to be a demon general under my command. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. This tree demon's cultivation was already infinitely close to the saint level. What he needed was a fated chance, an opportunity for him to become a saint. Shwa! Just as Gu Fei was muttering to himself, countless vines suddenly pierced through the void around Gu Fei and shot towards Gu Fei. Each vine was covered in barbs. If one were to be entangled by them, their skin would definitely be lacerated. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Of course, Gu Fei couldn't let the vines get close to him. The moment the vines were about to entangle him, a layer of chaos chi surged out from his body. All the vines collided with Gu Fei's chi aura, producing muffled sounds of impact, but were all blocked by the chi aura that emerged from Gu Fei's body. You've mastered the great Tao of chaos. The wood mulberry tree emperor couldn't help but turn pale upon seeing this. At that moment, an even more powerful chaos chi burst out from Gu Fei's body. Buzz! The void trembled. A transparent ripple spread out in all directions with Gu Fei at the center. All the vines that came out from the void were shattered. Shwa! Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the wood mulberry tree emperor, within arm's reach. Yug! The wood mulberry tree emperor was truly taken aback right now. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from this human. It was as though the other party could end his life at the very next moment. Gu Fei looked at the wood mulberry tree emperor calmly without saying anything. The forehead of the wood mulberry tree emperor, who had already taken on a human form, was filled with beads of sweat. Even though the other party's expression was extremely calm, he could tell that the other party was extremely dangerous. "I'm willing to submit and serve you as my master." The wood mulberry tree emperor's voice was trembling. The pressure that Gu Fei was giving him was simply way too great. He had no choice but to submit, unless he truly wanted to die. However, having cultivated to the state that the wood mulberry tree emperor was at, how could he possibly wish to die? "Very well. I'll confer you as the #1 demon general under me. I hope that you won't disappoint me." Gu Fei said, "Yes, master." The wood mulberry tree emperor knelt down on one knee before replying. "The first order that I'm giving you is for you to bring your men and conquer all the other powers within a radius of 10,000 miles of this sea region." Gu Fei's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. "Yes, wood mulberry tree emperor obeys your orders." The wood mulberry tree emperor had no other choice but to obey Gu Fei's orders. The reason was simple. It was because Gu Fei was stronger than him, and much stronger at that. Next, the wood mulberry tree emperor gathered his subordinates. The tree race was a huge race. Over the endless years, there was no telling just how many trees had turned into spirits. Many of the tree race beings on the wood mulberry island had arrived. They were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Without any hesitation, the wood mulberry tree emperor brought his army of tens of thousands of tree race beings and swept through all the powers within the vicinity of 10,000 miles of the sea region with an unstoppable momentum. After the wood mulberry tree emperor unified the 10,000 miles of the sea region, Gu Fei ordered him to wait for further orders on the wood mulberry island, while Gu Fei himself headed for his next target. Gu Fei conquered the clear moon continent's outer endless sea. Gradually, the structure of the clear moon continent's outer endless sea began to change. Various factions began to unite, forming a formidable force. In just less than a month, Gu Fei had gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators under his command. The day of him conquering the clear moon continent's outer endless sea was just around the corner. Without any suspense, with Gu Fei's capabilities, conquering the clear moon continent's outer endless sea was not a difficult task. While Gu Fei was conquering the outer endless sea, Hierarch South Heaven's men had also noticed the strangeness of the outer endless sea. They had sent experts to try and kill Gu Fei. However, these experts that Hierarch South Heaven thought were not enough in front of Gu Fei. All of them did not return, and were killed by Gu Fei on the spot. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had ordered his men to seal off the sea region. Hierarch South Heaven's fleet was completely robbed, with not a single survivor. In fact, he had already sealed off the entire Clear Moon continent. The incident of the Outer Endless Seas factions surrounding the Clear Moon continent had happened once again. This time, however, no one stood out. Even Hierarch South Heaven's men had restrained themselves, as if they were unwilling to clash with Gu Fei. Half a year later, Gu Fei was finally ready. He constructed a teleportation platform that could teleport between the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent. Through the teleportation platform, he teleported all the people that were left behind in the Purple Sun continent over. The 12 great bandits, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the others had all arrived. The people left behind to guard the Purple Sun continent were the Meng clan. 5,000 soldiers had also appeared in the outer endless sea of the Clear Moon continent. This was a powerful force under Gu Fei's control, which had once fought for Gu Fei in all directions. On the wood Mulberry Island, Gu Fei was holding a banquet to welcome everyone. After 3 rounds of wine, the Iron Blood Taoist said, "Master, why should we be afraid of Hierarch South Heaven?" "I'm not afraid of him," Gu Fei said. "If that's the case, Master, why don't we attack the Clear Moon continent and kill Hierarch South Heaven?" The Black Dragon said. He was confused as to why Gu Fei would spend so much effort to unify the outer endless seas factions. In his opinion, killing Hierarch South Heaven would allow him to become the new ruler of the Clear Moon continent. "What's the rush?" "I'm not in a rush," Gu Fei said calmly. "Then, Lord, when can we launch an attack on the Clear Moon region?" The Iron Blood Taoist's eyes flickered like the stars. "Soon," Gu Fei said. He had already unified the outer endless sea and became the ruler of the outer endless sea. He had gathered at least hundreds of thousands of living beings under his command, some of which were extremely powerful. On a dark and windy night, where one could not even see their fingers in front of them, countless living beings were gathered on the outer endless sea of the Clear Moon continent. Chapter 2359. No one had thought that someone would be able to unite the factions of the outer endless sea and threaten the Clear Moon continent. That night, countless living beings stood in the darkness on the surface of the outer endless sea. The surroundings were extremely quiet, as not a single person made a single sound. Up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help nodding his head in satisfaction. "Master, I'm afraid it's difficult to shake the Southern Heaven Supremacy's ruling position in the Clear Moon continent with just this amount of strength." A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe stood beside Gu Fei. He was Gu Fei's right-hand man, the Iron Blood Taoist. "How would you know without trying?" Gu Fei said indifferently. His eyes were particularly bright in the darkness, like 2 cold stars in the darkness. "The moon is high up in the sky, it's time. Let's begin." Gu Fei passed down the order to the Iron Blood Taoist. Following this, the Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits behind Gu Fei immediately charged forward and landed in front of the countless living beings that were lined up neatly on the surface of the sea. Soon the 12 bandits split up with a portion of the living beings. They would attack the Clear Moon continent from different directions at the same time. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Taoist personally led Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers toward the Clear Moon continent. He did not conceal his powerful, murderous intent at all. As they approached the Clear Moon continent, the sound of a horn was immediately heard from a pass that connected the Clear Moon continent to the outer endless sea. One figure after another soared into the sky from the pass, charging towards the oncoming Iron Blood Taoist and the 5,000 warriors. However, reality was cruel. These people were no match for the Iron Blood Taoist and the 5,000 warriors. The Iron Blood Taoist led the 5,000 soldiers and charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Those who dared to stand in their way were all crushed into a bloody mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Kill! The Iron Blood Taoist led the 5,000 soldiers and charged into the pass. He then proceeded straight toward a city not far away from the pass. Loud shouts rang out from within the Moonview city. Groups of armored soldiers rushed out from within the city. Their bodies emitted a murderous aura. This was a troop of battle soldiers that had seen blood before. Otherwise, these battle soldiers wouldn't have such a strong murderous aura. Under the leadership of a middle-aged divine general, the soldiers of the Moonview city rose into the air and lined up above the city. They wanted to form a square formation and wait for the arrival of the strong enemy. They already received the news that the entrance to the vast moon region ahead was already breached by the enemy. As was imagined, numerous figures soon appeared in the skyline ahead. An extremely powerful chili chi swept over from the front, causing the middle-aged immortal general in Moonview City to change his face greatly. What kind of person could have such a terrifying, murderous aura? Kill! Without any hesitation, the iron-blood Taoist commanded the 5,000 warriors to charge through the skies towards the phalanx of the warriors of Moonview City. Boom! This was a huge collision that shook the void. However, the situation was completely one-sided. The phalanx of Moonview City soldiers that the Divine General led was smashed apart in an instant. Countless soldiers turned into a mist of blood in an instant, both their bodies and souls destroyed. The iron-blood Taoist also made his move. With a single move, he took the head of the Divine General of Moonview City. Can't even withstand a single blow. The iron-blood Taoist threw the head of the Divine General away and charged into Moonview City. In less than an hour, the Moonview City had a new master. Without stopping, the iron-blood Taoist led the 5,000 warriors and continued to charge forward. Wherever they passed, cities were destroyed one after another. Fresh blood dyed his robe red. Every time a city was taken down, the people behind would take over another city. The forces in the outer endless sea became the strength to consolidate the results of the battle. Haha, this feels great. Following behind the iron-blood Taoist were the Devil Sky Pirates. At this moment, Luo Shao was bursting with joy. He did not even dare to imagine that he would be able to take over the cities of the Clear Moon continent. But now, such a thing was actually happening. Master is indeed powerful. At this rate, the Clear Moon continent will have a new master before daybreak. Thinking of Gu Fei's methods, Luo Shao could not help but be impressed. Boom! Just as Luo Shao was following the iron-blood Taoist closely, a loud noise was heard in front of them. An extremely powerful wave of energy came from the front. What's going on? Luo Shao was extremely shocked. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked ahead. There was a big city 1,000 miles away. At this moment, there were two powerful figures fighting in the sky above the big city. There's actually someone who can stop the iron-blood Taoist. Luo Shao was in disbelief. He knew very well that the iron-blood Taoist was a sage and was extremely powerful. Even in the entire Clear Moon continent, he was almost invincible. At this moment, the 5,000 battle soldiers got into a battle formation and stopped high up in the sky. In front of the 5,000 battle soldiers, there was a dense crowd of people standing there. They were tens of thousands of warriors wearing godly armor and holding long spears. Could that be one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Clear Moon continent, Peerless City? Luo Shao mumbled to himself. There were 10 ancient cities in the Clear Moon continent. Each city had a population of millions, and more than 80% of the cultivators in the Clear Moon continent were gathered there. Only the 10 great ancient cities could send out tens of thousands of warriors. The other cities definitely did not have such resources. Very well. I've finally met an opponent I've imagined. In the sky above the ancient city, the iron-blood Taoist and the man exchanged a blow before both of them were sent flying. Who are you? How dare you stir up trouble? In front of the iron-blood Taoist was a middle-aged, godly general in purple armor. The godly general's armor was faintly covered in godly runes, emitting a powerful, godly force. The Clear Moon continent is going to change. I advise you to forsake the darkness and join the light. The iron-blood Taoist said. What did you say? The godly general was instantly enraged. He was the city lord of Peerless City and also the disciple of the South Heaven Divine Lord. How could he not be angry when he heard the iron-blood Taoist say such disrespectful words? Surrender is the only way out for you. The iron-blood Taoist looked at the Peerless City Lord calmly and said, You deserve to die. The peerless city lord was infuriated. He immediately swung the halberd in his hand and charged at the iron-blood Taoist. Every swing of the halberd would emit a divine glow that seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Clang! The iron-blood Taoist was incomparably domineering. He used the phoenix tribulation to block the halberd and spat out a mouthful of true phoenix fire at the peerless city lord. The true phoenix fire was incomparably domineering. Wherever the true phoenix fire shrouded, the void was destroyed silently. Whoosh! The peerless city lord quickly backed away. However, no matter how fast he backed away, his right hand was still burned by the true phoenix fire. His arm was immediately engulfed by the true phoenix fire. Roar! The peerless city lord let out a furious roar and swung the halberd in his hand, chopping off his entire right arm. The arm that was chopped off by the peerless city lord was burned into ashes by the divine phoenix fire within a few breaths' time, disappearing into the void. Sage! The peerless city governor broke out in cold sweat from the pain, but the divine power in his body was vast. The muscles on his right shoulder were growing rapidly, and his bones were reconstructed. Soon, a new arm appeared before everyone's eyes. At his level of cultivation, it was not difficult to regenerate flesh and blood, surrender or not. The iron-blood Taoist did not follow up with another attack. He wanted to give the heavenly general a chance. Humph, impossible. The peerless city lord said coldly. He was the disciple of the southern heaven's supremacy. How could he surrender? The people that ruled the 10 great ancient cities were all the southern heaven's supremacy's trusted subordinates. Very well, then there's no other way. The iron-blood Taoist said. He did not want to kill the peerless city lord, but the peerless city lord was unwilling to surrender. He had no choice but to kill him. So what if you're a sage? I can still kill you in the human realm. The peerless city lord let out a furious roar and charged forward with the halberd in his hand. Divine runes appeared on the halberd as a powerful wave of divine power burst out from it. Buzz! The rift trembled as the peerless city lord attacked with all his might. He raised the halberd and swung it down at the iron-blood Taoist. A sacred weapon? The iron-blood Taoist squinted his eyes. He raised the phoenix tribulation in his hand and swung it upwards. 9 phoenix, Tao, runes burst out from the phoenix tribulation and turned into 9 godly phoenixes. Each godly phoenix emitted an extremely powerful, true phoenix fire. The fire burned the sky as if 9 real fiery phoenixes had appeared between the heavens and earth. The divine fire burned the rift red. The Tao runes on the halberd flickered wildly. The raging fire lit up the entire heavens and earth. Even from a few thousand li away, the flames could be seen in the sky above the peerless city. The peerless city lord's hands that were holding the halberd were scorched, but he still clenched his teeth and swung at the iron-blood Taoist. The 9 fiery phoenixes were knocked away by the divine Tao energy emitted from the halberd. Clang! The halberd in the peerless city lord's hand struck the phoenix tribulation fiercely. Then the halberd was knocked high into the sky by the phoenix tribulation. What a pity! The iron-blood Taoist felt his arm tremble. A few cuts appeared on his right hand that was holding the phoenix tribulation. Blood was seeping out. At this moment, the 9 fiery phoenixes that were knocked away by the halberd rushed back and rushed into the peerless city lord's body. Master, I can't serve you anymore. Wushuang City, Lord bellowed. Boom! With a bang, his entire body exploded, turning into a ball of divine fire. His muscles, bones, flesh, and even his divine soul were burned to ashes by the true phoenix fire. The iron-blood Taoist didn't say anything. The divine fire turned back into 9 fiery phoenixes and flew back into the phoenix tribulation. The tens of thousands of peerless soldiers were shocked to see their commander die. There was a commotion. Then, without a commander to lead them, the peerless soldiers were defeated by the 5,000 soldiers. Chapter 2360. Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers were incomparably powerful. Their flesh was tempered by endless spiritual qi, making their flesh as strong as a quasi-sacred weapon. Although there were only 5,000 of them, they were far stronger than an army of thousands. The iron-blood Taoist led the strongest soldiers and swept across a distance of over 10,000 li wherever he went. There was nothing that could stop him. Even the Peerless City, one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Clear Moon continent, was conquered by the iron-blood Taoist. However, the millions of living beings in the city did not cause a huge commotion. The iron-blood Taoist had only conquered Peerless City. The next group to occupy Peerless City was Luo Zhao's Devil Sky Pirates. The Devil Sky Pirates were no longer the same Devil Sky Pirates that had not submitted to Gu Fei in the past. Luo Zhao did not dare to let his men plunder wantonly, as it was something that Gu Fei did not want to see. The process of occupying Peerless City was not as smooth as it seemed. There was some resistance in the city, but the resistance was soon suppressed. As the iron-blood Taoist continued to lead the 5,000 soldiers to attack the South Heaven Divine Palace in the center of the Clear Moon continent, the 12 forces that had invaded the Clear Moon continent from other places were also surrounding the South Heaven Divine Palace. Although the Clear Moon region was very vast, it did not seem to be a difficult thing for Gu Fei and the others to take down this great continent. The South Heaven Divine Palace was protected by the 10 great divine cities and was the heart of the continent. As long as they conquered the South Heaven Divine Palace, the Clear Moon continent would change. I didn't expect to see such a person in this divine city. At this moment, Zhu Guiliang was in the sky above a divine city, fighting against a young man in silver armor. Powerful ripples spread out in all directions, shocking everyone in the divine city. It had been many years since something like this had happened. The minds of the living beings in the divine city went blank as they witnessed the battle in the sky. Where did this guy come from? How dare he target me, the heaven-warring emperor? The young god yelled while fighting Zhu Guiliang. He was the city lord of the godly city and one of the top 10 disciples of Supremacy South Heaven. The top 10 disciples of Hierarch Southern Heaven were conferred the title of Shen King by Hierarch Southern Heaven. Each Shen King was assigned to guard a city. These 10 city lords were the 10 Shen Kings of the Clear Moon continent apart from Hierarch Southern Heaven. The city lord of Peerless City, who was killed by the iron-blood Taoist, was the Peerless Emperor, and this young man was the War Emperor. Humph! What arrogance! You actually dare to call yourself the War God? Even I don't dare to use such a title. Zhu Guiliang said disdainfully. While they were talking, the 2 experts were moving quickly in the sky. Colorless divine light was flowing on the 5-colored feather fan in Zhu Guiliang's hand. This was the power of the 5 elements. Zhu Guiliang waved the 5 elements feather fan in his hand. 5 elements, Tao, runes appeared on the feather fan, and the power of the 5 elements turned into 5-colored divine flames that burned toward the War Emperor. The War Emperor was holding a divine weapon in his hand. It was the yin-yang scissors. Under the War Emperor's control, 2 dragons, one black and one white, rushed out of the yin-yang scissors and leaped thousands of meters into the air, intertwining as they cut toward Zhu Guiliang. The 2 masters were evenly matched. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. High up in the sky, the countless living beings brought by Zhu Guiliang formed a battle formation and confronted the war soldiers of Heaven Warring City. Both camps were filled with murderous intent. In fact, the role of the war soldiers did not play a decisive role in this battle. With the cultivation of Zhu Guiliang and the War Emperor, even if they were facing thousands of soldiers, they would not panic. No matter how many war soldiers there were, it would not be enough for them to kill. The outcome of this battle would be decided by Zhu Guiliang and the War Emperor. If the War Emperor lost, Heaven Warring City would have to change owners. On the other hand, if Zhu Guiliang lost, the countless living beings he brought would be slaughtered by the War Emperor and the crisis of Heaven-Warring City would be resolved. Just as Zhuge Liang fell into a bitter struggle, the situation of the other 12 great bandit lords was not optimistic. The other 8 divine cities were engaged in a chaotic battle. Countless figures fought fiercely high up in the sky. From time to time, figures would fall from the sky, staining the ground red with their blood. The disciples of Hierarch Southern Heaven were not weak. They were far stronger than the other city lords. Each of the 10 Shin Kings was a powerful quasi-saint. In the sky above one of the divine cities, a huge divine tree stretched out its endless branches. Each branch pierced through the void, piercing through the war soldiers and devouring their vitality. Damn, old monster! A divine being surrounded by divine flames rushed over from afar, attacking the Tree King. His powerful divine might shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the void as he displayed his supreme divine might. This divine being was like a fire god descending to the world. The vast divine fire on his body illuminated the night sky. Kill! A powerful divine sense burst out from the towering divine tree. Following it, countless branches pierced through the divine being like peerless weapons. Roar! The divine being let out a furious roar. It was as if he had turned into a brilliant godly sun. 9 divine runes burst out from his body, and the power of the god Tao spread across the world. Countless branches piercing through his body were burned into ashes. Interesting. The Tree Emperor was startled. He had no choice but to get serious. The huge divine tree disappeared, and a figure walked out from the boundless green glow. Eat my arrow. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He held a green jade bow in his hand and nocked an arrow. Endless chi of the heavens and earth immediately gathered toward the green jade bow in his hand. A divine arrow surrounded by runes appeared on the bow. The divine arrow emitted a powerful wave of demonic chi. Whoosh! The Tree Emperor let go of the arrow. The arrow pierced through the void and arrived in front of the divine being in an instant. Its speed shocked the divine being. Boom! The divine fire appeared, and the figure of the god instantly disappeared. However, at that moment, the divine sword directly pierced through the divine fire. At this moment, the divine fire quickly condensed, and a figure appeared in the divine fire. Damn! Seeing this, even someone as strong as the Tree Emperor couldn't help but be surprised. The blazing Shin King's divine body could actually turn into divine fire and dodge his arrow. However, just as the blazing Shin King was about to pounce on the Tree Emperor, the arrow flew back and shot toward the blazing Shin King's back. Humph! It's not that easy to dodge my arrow. The Tree Emperor sneered. This was a divine arrow shot by the Jasper divine bow. It would not stop until it was stained with blood. Moreover, this divine arrow could automatically devour the spiritual chi in the surroundings. Its power would only increase and not decrease. Whoosh! The moment the blazing Shin King shot the arrow, he turned into a flame and shot into the sky, dodging it. However, almost at the same time, the divine arrow made a turn in the air and chased after the raging fire divine emperor, who was soaring into the sky at an extremely fast speed. How dare you! The raging inferno emperor once again turned into a divine fire and dodged the divine arrow that was chasing after him. However, this wasn't a solution. The arrow pierced through the divine fire and actually absorbed a lot of fire elemental chi to strengthen itself. On the divine arrow, there were countless runes circling around, attracting spiritual chi from all directions to gather. The blazing Shin King's figure once again appeared in the divine fire. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The divine arrow had divinity, which caused the blazing Shin King to be affected. Whoosh! The Tree Emperor pulled the bow again and shot the second arrow. What? The blazing Shin King's expression changed. Sky Splitter. The blazing Shin King performed a great technique, directly tearing the void and creating a small world. The divine arrow pierced through and was directly absorbed into the small world created by the blazing Shin King. The tree emperor was very surprised. This guy was definitely not a sage, but he was able to create an inner world. This guy's cultivation was really extraordinary. However, the small world created by the blazing Shin King couldn't last long. After collecting 2 divine arrows, the blazing Shin King already felt that he couldn't do as he wished. Creating a world was not an easy task. Although the blazing Shin King was a sage to be, he could only create an unstable small world. If one wanted to create a stable small world, they would have to become a sage or master a divine artifact to stabilize the small world and prevent the inner world from collapsing. Let's see how many arrows you can collect. The tree emperor drew his bow again and again, continuously shooting out divine arrows. He shot out 9 arrows in one breath. The divine arrows were like rainbows, piercing through the void and shooting towards the raging inferno divine emperor. The powerful energy waves shook heaven and earth, causing all living beings to tremble. After shooting the 9 arrows, the tree emperor also felt a sense of exhaustion. Drawing the jasper divine bow and shooting the divine arrows consumed too much essence chi. This, the blazing Shin King was shocked. The 9 divine arrows turned into 9 rainbows and shot into the sky, piercing towards him. Open. The blazing Shin King was furious. He desperately channeled the divine power in his body, and endless divine fire erupted from his body. The void was annihilated, and a small world formed completely by divine fire appeared between the heaven and the earth. He actually wanted to collect the 9 shocking divine arrows into his small world at the same time. Boom! At the moment when the 9 divine arrows shot into the small world that the blazing Shin King created suddenly exploded. The power contained in the 9 divine arrows was too strong. It was not something that the small world that the blazing Shin King created could dissolve. The small world collapsed, and the blazing Shin King suffered a huge impact. He was sent flying, and his physical body was almost destroyed by the explosion. At that moment, countless branches broke through the void and pierced into the blazing Shin King's body, devouring his essence chi continuously. This guy is not bad. Far in the sky, a person stood in the void. When he saw this, he could not help but nod. This person was Gu Fei. Chapter 2361. The tree emperor was extremely powerful. He actually devoured all the divine power of the raging Inferno Shin King, directly destroying the raging Inferno Shin King's body and soul. Roar! The tree emperor roared into the sky. The peerless demonic might filled the air, shaking the mountains and rivers. In the raging Inferno city below, all the creatures' minds went blank. They were all shocked to the extreme. The raging Inferno Shin King was dead. Such an outcome was unacceptable to the creatures in the city. Kill! Avenge the Shin King! The countless soldiers did not disperse because of the death of the raging Inferno Shin King. Instead, they exploded with an even stronger will to fight. Everyone had a common enemy, and they directly rushed towards the tree emperor. Endless divine light illuminated the night sky. War horses came through the air, shaking the earth and sky, and tiny cracks appeared in the void. The 5 divine generals were all surrounded by divine fire, and their will to fight was like a rainbow. They each led their own troops, formed a battle formation, and rushed forward. Kill! Without hesitation, the countless creatures led by the tree emperor also formed a battle formation and rushed towards the soldiers of the raging Inferno city. A great battle broke out. Above the sky, countless figures were fighting. The tens of feet tall treants were extremely powerful. As soon as they rushed past, clouds of blood suddenly burst out in the void. Countless raging Inferno soldiers were directly destroyed. This was the Treant clan under the Tree Emperor. This clan was one of the strongest among all the forces in the outer endless sea of the Haiyue region. Roar! A divine general rushed over on his horse. He slashed out with a raging inferno saber in his hand, cutting a treant in half at the waist. The wound was surrounded by raging flames. However, the next moment, the two halves of the treant that had been cut in half reconnected. A green demonic light flashed, and it actually recovered in an instant. What? The Divine General was shocked. The recovery ability of the Treant clan was indeed amazing. The power of the wood element was originally the power of life. If one wanted to kill the experts of the Treant clan, they would have to ignite their natal true yuan. However, this Divine General did not have the chance. At this time, the 5 Treants had already surrounded him. Thorny vines grew rapidly in the void, and then entangled the Divine General. Damn it! The Divine General was both shocked and enraged. He swung the saber in his hand with all his might, sending out beams of dazzling saber light to cut down all the vines that were trying to entangle him. However, these vines grew endlessly. After one batch was destroyed, a new batch would be born. In the end, the 5 Treants attacked at the same time. Countless vines pierced through the void and entangled the Divine General's saber. Then the countless thorny vines wrapped around the Divine General tightly. Schwa! The Treant who was severed into 2 by the immortal General disappeared in a split second. In the next moment, the Treant appeared in front of the immortal General and beheaded him. In the face of absolute power, the soldiers of Raging Fire God City were just sending themselves to death. Just after the battle, countless figures fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, all the creatures in the Raging Fire God City were stunned. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The Tree Emperor did not attack again. He suddenly looked into the distance, but there was nothing there. However, he sensed that someone was spying on him. He was astounded. Could it be that there was another mysterious expert in the Raging Fire God City? The outcome of the battle had been decided. Gu Fei headed straight for the South Heaven Palace. He had to meet the ultimate god of South Heaven first. Back on the Life Island, the ultimate god of South Heaven had always disliked Qi Nan. Although the ultimate god of South Heaven had survived the battle on the Life Island, he had suffered a great impact too. He had to cultivate in seclusion to recover his strength. The South Heaven Palace was an ancient palace, one of the temporary residences of the ultimate god of South Heaven. The palace was said to be eternal. It floated above the ancestral vein of the continent, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. It was a sacred palace high up in the clear moon continent. Only the direct disciples of the ultimate god of South Heaven were allowed to enter the place. No one else was allowed to get close to the sacred palace. Not a bad place. Gu Fei soon arrived at the area close to the South Heaven Palace. He stopped in the sky and saw a light pillar connecting the heavens and earth. There was a flickering glow visible to the naked eye in the light pillar. The terrain and the heavenly qi had been altered by someone. On the ground, dragons and snakes could be seen moving up and down, as well as the earth veins. It was the source of the earth qi of the clear moon continent. The terrain was where the ancestral vein of the earth was located. As for the heavenly qi, Gu Fei was unable to see anything, but he could sense that the energy of the stars in the sky was gathering toward the light pillar, connecting to the earth qi from below and guiding the energy of the stars from above. This ultimate god of South Heaven is quite impressive. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately realized that it would not be easy for him to take down the South Heaven Godly Palace. The South Heaven Godly Palace was surrounded by a powerful formation, which was even stronger than Mount Duzuan of the Xian continent. However, even so, he had no intention of letting the ultimate god of South Heaven go. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before landing on a nearby mountain peak and sat cross-legged on a boulder on the mountain peak. He was waiting for the ultimate god of South Heaven. Meanwhile, the 3 godly cities had been taken down. Gu Fei knew that the other godly cities would soon be taken down too. When that happened, the ultimate god of South Heaven would have to show himself, even if he was in seclusion. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber inside the South Heaven Palace, 10 jade badges were placed on the table. An old man was staring at the jade badges on the table nervously. Among the 10 jade badges, 3 of them had already broken into pieces. How is this possible? The blazing Shin King, the Battle Emperor, and the unparalleled Martial Emperor are all dead. The old man murmured with a trembling voice. He could not believe that there was a faction in the clear moon continent that was able to kill the 3 Shin Kings in a single night. Crack! As the old man was immersed in his astonishment, one of the remaining 7 jade badges on the table suddenly broke into pieces. What? At that instant the old man was dumbfounded. Another Shin King had fallen. Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Could it be an external faction? Without hesitation, the old man left the secret chamber and headed to the place where the ultimate god of South Heaven was cultivating in seclusion. Although the ultimate god of South Heaven had repeatedly told him not to disturb the ultimate god's cultivation, he had no choice but to disturb the ultimate god at a time like this, as 4 of the ultimate god's core disciples had already fallen. The place of seclusion was deep inside the South Heaven Palace. There was a purposely constructed stone chamber there, which happened to be the place where the energy of the earth progenitor vein and the force of the stars gathered. While cultivating in the stone chamber, the ultimate god of South Heaven was able to utilize the energy of the earth progenitor vein and the force of the stars to heal his injuries. The old man arrived outside the stone chamber. The door of the chamber was tightly shut. On the surface of the stone door were vague divine runes, resulting in a tremendous pressure. It was as if a terrifying, heavenly beast was slumbering inside. Even the powerful old man could not help but feel intimidated. The ultimate god was a supreme existence in the martial highness realm. Even though living beings above the sacred realm were not allowed to appear in the human realm, not everyone could endure the aura of a martial highness. An exalt realm existence was absolutely an overlord-level figure even in the primordial world of ancient times. The old man knocked on a small bronze bell beside the stone door. A melodious chime was heard. The sound wave from the bell seemed to penetrate the rift and spread across the entire palace. What's the matter? Following this, a voice could be heard coming from the stone chamber. Master, there's a great change in the clear moon continent. The 4 Shin Kings have fallen. The old man did not dare to waste any time. What? A furious roar could be heard coming from the stone chamber. What exactly happened? Hurry up and find out what's going on. In the stone chamber, on a godly platform, the South Heaven ultimate god was both shocked and infuriated. Following this, he gave the order to the old man. He was at a crucial moment and would only come out in half an hour. Inside the stone chamber, countless god runes were circling in the air. Above the South Heaven ultimate god's head, starlight descended from the sky like a heavenly river and entered his body. Below the godly platform, countless formation runes were vaguely appearing, which gathered the energy of the earth progenitor vein and entered his body too. A brilliant glow flickered between the South Heaven ultimate god's brows. A powerful force of god energy spread from the glow. He was fully executing his divine ability to utilize the force of the heavens and earth to treat his injuries. Meanwhile, outside the stone chamber, the old man had already left. Following this, a figure left the South Heaven Divine Palace. As the person exited the South Heaven Divine Palace, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a mountain close to 10,000 li away from the South Heaven Divine Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone finally came out, but it's not the South Heaven ultimate god. Gu Fei rose to his feet from the boulder. Whoosh! Following this, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the mountain. As soon as the old man left the range of the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation, a figure appeared in front of him and intercepted him. The old man was shocked. He stared at the young man and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" "Not bad, a sacred realm cultivator." Gu Fei glanced at the old man and said, "Could it be you guys? The old man's expression changed tremendously as a sudden thought crossed his mind. These people had already reached the outside of the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation. How was this possible? It was hard to imagine that these people had conquered half of the Clear Moon continent in just a single night. It seemed like they had been plotting for a long time. "Surrender! You're no match against me." Gu Fei looked at the old man and said, "Who are you? Why are you trying to incite this chaos?" Chapter 2362. The old man had followed the Southern Heaven Hierarch for countless years. He had already been by the Southern Heaven Hierarch's side since the ancient times. In other words, although the Southern Heaven Hierarch and the old man were master and servant, they were still family. Compared to the 10 disciples of the Southern Heaven Hierarch, the one he trusted the most was the old man. Even his direct disciples were not as trustworthy as the old man. "I'll know everything after I take you down." Although the old man seemed to be old, once he decided to go all out, it was earth-shattering. A powerful aura of the sacred path burst out from his body, causing the world to tremble. Sacred path, it seems like. Gu Fei's eyes flickered. The old man's cultivation was indeed powerful, but in the human world, even a sacred ruler would not dare to remove the seal on his body. The old man's cultivation was between a sacred ruler and a sacred ruler. Gu Fei never thought that he would meet such a person in the Clear Moon continent. If that's the case, I should be the one saying that. Gu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly, this was the strongest expert he had ever met since he came to the Clear Moon continent. It was time for him to have some fun. Arrogant. The old man's expression was stern. He was disdainful of Gu Fei's words. Although this young man was also a sacred ruler, how could he be compared to the Southern Heaven Hierarch who had already achieved the Tao in the ancient times? "You'll know soon enough whether I'm arrogant or not," Gu Fei said. His aura did not change at all. There was no powerful aura being emitted, nor was there any shocking energy ripples. He just stood in the air, letting the night breeze blow at him, and his hair fluttered in the wind. Returning to the natural state, how is this possible? Seeing that Gu Fei was going to fight him in such a state, the old man could not help but be shocked. Is this kid really a sacred ruler? Above the sacred rulers were the sacred rulers. The sacred rulers always showed off their abilities. When they fought against others, every single move they made would contain tremendous power. However, at the sacred ruler realm, the edges of the sacred rulers would be worn down. They would no longer show off their abilities, and their sacred aura would be withdrawn. This was what the old man meant by returning to the natural state, just like an ordinary person. Kill. Although the old man was shocked, he did not hesitate and attacked. Bang! The old man extended a hand, and a huge golden hand immediately rushed out from his hand, slapping toward Gu Fei. There were patterns of the Tao revolving around the golden hand, and it was drawing upon the power of the divine Tao. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched out and smashed the huge golden hand. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the huge golden hand was smashed into pieces by his fist. What? The old man was shocked. He never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. Furthermore, the power of his opponent's punch was so great that it made his heart palpitate. Shwa! The old man's figure blurred, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. His real body had already retreated tens of miles away. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my palm. Gu Fei was like a shadow. He strode through the air and chased after the old man at the speed of 8 steps. Then he slammed his palm towards the old man who was retreating. Rumble! As Gu Fei's palm pushed forward, the entire space before his palm began to tremble. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the space, as if it would collapse and be destroyed at any time. The palm had sealed off the surroundings, making the old man unable to dodge it. He had no choice but to face it head-on, which shocked him once again. His opponent's battle skill was indeed terrifying. A simple and straightforward battle skill had displayed great power. At that moment, the old man no longer doubted that the young man was really a sacred ruler. Since when did such an expert appear in the ocean? The old man's heart shuddered. He had been following the divine South Heaven for a long time, and had seen the divine South Heaven fight against all kinds of experts. He had seen all kinds of experts. But now, the young sacred ruler was giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Let's do it. The old man clenched his teeth and spat out a golden cauldron, which collided with Gu Fei's palm. There were 9 golden divine runes vaguely visible on the cauldron, emitting a powerful aura of the sacred path. Gu Fei's huge hand directly slapped the golden cauldron that was charging towards him. The powerful force sent the cauldron flying back, leaving a handprint on it. How is this possible? His physical strength has actually reached such a level? The old man's expression changed. He knew very well how powerful his sacred weapon was. It was a cauldron refined from the metal will of the 5 elements. Although the metal will of the metal will was not an immortal material, it was still a rare material in the world. Most importantly, the cauldron was refined with the help of the divine South Heaven. It could be said that although the cauldron was a sacred weapon, it was different from ordinary sacred weapons. It was half an ultimate god's honorable weapon. It's able to withstand my palm and not break. Strange. At that moment, Gu Fei was even more surprised. One should know that he was a sacred ruler of martial arts. The power of his palm was so strong that it could even shatter a sacred weapon. Come. At that moment, the old man performed a great divinity. He held the cauldron in his hand and pointed the mouth of the cauldron at Gu Fei. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged from the cauldron and sucked Gu Fei into the cauldron. So what if you're a sacred ruler? You're still going to die. The old man was overjoyed. He never thought he would be able to suck the young man into the cauldron so easily. Bang! Just as the old man was overjoyed, the cauldron in his hand suddenly shook violently and almost flew out of his hand. On the cauldron's wall, there was a bulge in the shape of a palm. Nice one. The old man was surprised. He immediately sat in the air and activated the divine power in his body. He performed a great divinity in an attempt to refine Gu Fei inside the cauldron. The cauldron shook. 9 golden divine glyphs intertwined on the body of the cauldron. The power of metal was vast. Within the cauldron, there seemed to be a god awakening from a deep slumber. A destructive presence was emitted from the cauldron. This saint weapon is not bad. It was actually refined from metal. No wonder I couldn't break it with a single strike. Gu Fei's voice sounded from within the cauldron. This, the old man's shock, was no small matter. This opponent was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. I don't believe I can't refine you to death. The old man was furious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood at the cauldron. The blood turned into a bloody mist and entered the cauldron. After the cauldron absorbed the old man's blood, it immediately began to shake violently. The power within the cauldron was completely activated. The 9 glyphs shone with dazzling light. A golden swirl appeared inside the cauldron. A destructive presence surged from the swirl, wanting to devour Gu Fei and obliterate him completely. How is this possible? Very soon, the old man realized that something was wrong. Inside the cauldron, Yi Futian's presence did not weaken, nor was he devoured by the golden swirl. Yi Futian sat cross-legged inside the cauldron. No matter how the golden swirl tried to devour him, Yi Futian remained unmoving. Yes, I want the saint weapon. Inside the cauldron, Gu Fei felt the waves of power from the cauldron. He was very satisfied with this saint weapon. His disciple, Gu Zhong, lacked a metal saint weapon. This saint weapon was very suitable for him. When Gu Fei thought of this, he activated a great technique. A wave spread from his body. 9 chaotic Tao glyphs emerged from his body and rushed out, imprinting themselves on the cauldron. You the old man sensed the change inside the cauldron. He was instantly shocked. The chaotic Tao glyphs that rushed out from Yi Fuqian actually imprinted themselves on the cauldron. They wanted to erase the imprint that he had left in the cauldron. This abominable fellow wanted to snatch away the sacred artifact that he had spent his entire life refining. How could the old man allow Gu Fei to take away his saint weapon? He attacked with all his might. The power of the metal element was vast. His body shone with dazzling golden light, illuminating the night sky. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the cauldron. Two forces were fighting for control of the cauldron. The power of the metal element and the power of chaos were constantly colliding. 9 golden Tao glyphs and 9 chaotic Tao glyphs were entangled. They both wanted to destroy each other and take the cauldron. "Spirit, sword of the way," Gu Fei said in a low voice. Then a purple vertical mark appeared between his eyebrows. Swoosh! A divine eye seemed to suddenly open on Gu Fei's brow. A beam of purple divine light rushed out and turned into a divine sword of the great path. Then it pierced through the void and directly passed through the divine tripod, slashing towards the old man. They were so close. Gu Fei suddenly attacked, and the old man was using all his powers to fight Gu Fei for the cauldron. By the time the sword of the way broke through the void and pierced through, it was already too late for him to dodge. Swoosh! The sword of the great path pierced through the old man's body and then rushed out. It broke through the void and flew into the cauldron, sinking into the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The light in the old man's eyes suddenly disappeared. His eyes became empty. The golden light on his body also dissipated. Then his head drooped down and he fell from the sky. A cultivator who was close to the level of a saint and a saint king had died just like that. There was no way that he could survive being cut by the sword of the way. The old man's primordial spirit was destroyed by the sword of the great path, leaving behind a soulless shell. Oh no! Just as Gu Fei used his primordial spirit, Tao, sword to kill the old man, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't have killed this fella directly. Gu Fei wanted to subdue the old man and read the memories of his soul. That way, he would know the truth of the Nantian Divine Palace. Chapter 2363. An old servant of the South Heaven Divine Lord had been killed by Gu Fei. This was not Gu Fei's original intention. He initially wanted to capture the old man and learn everything about the South Heaven Divine Palace from him. However, he had to think of another way now. That being said, if Gu Fei was willing to wait for a period of time, he could use the Extreme Saint weapon to slowly erase the formation runes outside the South Heaven Divine Palace to destroy the formation protecting the palace. However, it was not an easy task to use the Extreme Saint weapon to unleash its power. It would require time to prepare. At that moment, Gu Fei completely unleashed his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense had covered the area within a radius of 10,000 li. What? The experts who sensed the divine sense were shocked, especially the city lords of the cities. They were terrified. It seemed like the force that had invaded the Clear Moon continent was really strong. Why hasn't Master made a move yet? The city lords of the cities that had yet to be conquered were struggling to hold on, leading their subordinates to fight against the invading enemies. They still had hope since the South Heaven Divine Lord had yet to make a move. However, the news of other cities being conquered shocked and infuriated the city lords. Whoosh! Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky above Long Tian City. At that moment, the sky and ground of Long Tian City were filled with people. The soldiers of Long Tian City were fighting against the forces of the outer ocean led by the third strongest bandit. Although the third strongest bandit was strong, the city lord of Long Tian City was not weak either. The city lord of Long Tian City was a flood dragon, a golden flood dragon that was extremely powerful. Boom! The golden flood dragon that had transformed into a middle-aged man held a long golden rod in his hand. With a sweep, he sent the third strongest bandit flying a few thousand jong away. The powerful force caused the third strongest bandit to feel sore all over. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. A stream of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. Kill! The golden flood dragon let out an enraged roar. As long as it went forward, it would kill the third strongest bandit on the spot. However, at that moment, a blue figure dashed over from the side and forced the golden flood dragon back. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the cyan figure. It was a cyan flood dragon that had transformed into its original form. Its body was like a mountain range that lay horizontally in the sky, and its entire body was surrounded by a baleful aura. It's you. When the golden flood dragon Shin King saw that azure flood dragon, he could not help getting a shock. Take your life. The green serpent pounced towards the golden serpent in the air. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green divine fire towards the golden serpent Shin King. The green Jiao dragon and the golden Jiao dragon, Shin King, seemed to have a great grudge against each other. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Needless to say, the golden Jiao dragon waved the golden cudgel in his hand, broke through the burning divine fire, and fought with the green Jiao dragon. 1,000 years of enmity has been resolved. Kill! In the end, the golden serpent Shin King also transformed into his original form. A golden serpent dragon that gave off a monstrous demonic aura appeared in the world, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! The two Jiao dragons were both incomparably strong. They clashed continuously, creating loud sounds that caused the world to tremble. A powerful force spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. Everyone was stunned by the battle between the two Jiao dragons in the sky. All of them retreated far away, not daring to get close. One must know that a battle of this level was not something that ordinary people could interfere in. Even the third bandit had retreated far into the sky. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he did not act immediately. Instead, he retreated to the side to watch the battle. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. The green Jiao dragon and the golden Jiao dragon were entangled. Their gigantic bodies were as tough as divine metal. When they clashed, it was as though divine metal was clashing. So strong! Everyone stopped and looked at the two Jiao dragons fighting in the sky. In the end, the two Jiao dragons spat out the Jiao dragon pearl in their bodies. The two Jiao dragons were fighting with their lives, wanting to kill each other on the spot without holding back. Bam! The golden Jiao dragon swung its tail and sent the green Jiao dragon flying 1,000 jong away. The parts of the green Jiao dragon's body that were hit fell off, leaving a bloody mess. At this point in time, the golden Jiao dragon finally gained the upper hand. This isn't good. The third bandit's heart skipped a beat seeing this. The green Jiao dragon was the strongest existence on their side. If even it could not defeat the golden Jiao dragon, it would be a fool's dream to take down Dragon Sky Divine City. However, when the third bandit saw Gu Fei, he knew that the outcome of Dragon Sky Divine City was already decided. At this moment, the green Jiao dragon was at a disadvantage. After all, the golden Jiao dragon had followed the divine South Heaven for countless years and received the latter's guidance. Its cultivation was above the green Jiao dragon. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, the golden Jiao dragon's body disappeared. It turned back into its human form and swung the golden cudgel at the green Jiao dragon's head. Buzz! The golden cudgel buzzed. 9 golden Dao runes appeared on its surface, triggering the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Even the space below the golden cudgel was trembling. Damn it! The green Jiao dragon let out a furious roar. Its body also emitted a brilliant green light. A figure vaguely appeared in the green light. The green Jiao dragon had also turned into its human form. It held a spear in its hand and blocked the attack. Clang! The golden cudgel and the spear collided, producing a sound that almost pierced through one's eardrums. The green Jiao dragon was smashed down from the sky by the golden Jiao dragon's cudgel. Boom! The ground trembled and dust rose into the air. A huge crater was formed on the hard ground. The green Jiao dragon then rushed into the sky with the spear in its hand. It wiped the trace of blood from the corner of its mouth and charged at the golden Jiao dragon ferociously. Swoosh! The green Jiao dragon raised the spear in its hand. The tip of the spear instantly turned into a cold star, stabbing at the golden Jiao dragon's forehead at an extremely fast speed. The golden Jiao dragon raised its head and dodged the attack. The golden cudgel in its hand collided with the green Jiao dragon. Bang! The head of the golden cudgel directly hit the chest of the green Jiao dragon. At that moment, it felt as if its internal organs were about to shift positions. It was so painful that it broke out in cold sweat. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The green Jiao dragon's defeat was only a matter of time. Boom! The green Jiao dragon was once again sent flying. This time, the moment the green Jiao dragon was sent flying, a figure flashed and stood in front of the middle-aged man that the golden Jiao dragon had transformed into. Who are you? The golden Jiao dragon couldn't believe that this person could actually get close to it in an instant. Gu Fei didn't speak. Instead, he glanced at the golden Jiao dragon and stretched out his right hand, pressing forward. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The golden Jiao dragon felt as if an invisible hammer had smashed into its chest. Its entire body was sent flying by a huge force. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air. The golden Jiao dragon that was sent flying immediately flew back towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei grabbed it by the throat and lifted it up. It had to be said that the difference between the golden Jiao dragon and Gu Fei was really huge. The two were on completely different levels. Gu Fei easily captured the golden Jiao dragon. Swoosh! Without hesitation, a ball of divine light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, that ball of divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and instantly entered the golden Jiao dragon's forehead. You! The golden Jiao dragon was truly shocked. The other party could actually use a great technique and read its memories. Its own consciousness began to blur. In the end, the golden Jiao dragon's consciousness completely fell into darkness. Seeing that Gu Fei had made a move, the third bandit and the green Jiao dragon didn't dare to come forward. One had to know that Gu Fei was their master. The golden Jiao dragon's soul memory was read by Gu Fei using the godly, seizing secret technique. The golden Jiao dragon's life was like a horse lantern, constantly surging in Gu Fei's mind. I see. After reading the golden Jiao dragon's memory, Gu Fei finally had a certain understanding of the Nantian Divine Palace. The Nantian Divine Palace was extraordinary. Its outer perimeter was surrounded by a peerless killing formation. If one wanted to attack, one would first have to break the formation. Gu Fei wasn't a formation master, so he couldn't break the formation in a short period of time. Unfortunately, there was no information on how to break the formation in the golden Jiao dragon's memory. The powerful golden Jiao dragon had fallen. With Gu Fei personally taking action, he could even pinch a golden dragon to death, let alone an old Jiao dragon. Gu Fei wasn't discouraged. He threw the golden Jiao dragon's flesh into his inner world and disappeared from the battlefield. When he reappeared, he had already crossed the boundless rift and arrived outside the sky connecting Divine City. Meanwhile, the situation of the sky connecting Divine City was different from the other 5 ancient cities that had fallen. There was an expert in the sky connecting Divine City who was able to defeat the forces of the outer endless sea. Even the bandit who led the forces of the outer endless sea was almost killed by the existence in the city. The bandit who led the forces of the outer endless sea here was the 7th bandit, the 7th bandit. The 7th bandit was severely injured and had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, The sky connecting Divine City was heavily guarded. Groups of soldiers could be seen patrolling in the sky from time to time. Gu Fei could sense that there was an obscure yet powerful aura in sky-piercing city. It should be that person who had forced him to retreat. Humph! Gu Fei took a step forward. He instantly tore through the rift and entered the sky connecting Divine City, arriving above the city, Lord's mansion. A fellow cultivator is here to visit. As soon as Gu Fei appeared above the city, Lord's mansion, the person inside had already noticed his arrival. Could it be a sacred? Gu Fei was shocked. The person who was able to sense his arrival was definitely not simple. As Gu Fei was busy thinking, a figure had already walked out from the city, Lord's mansion. He rose into the air and arrived before Gu Fei. Sacred. The Tongtian Shin King's expression changed when he saw Gu Fei. Tell me everything about the South Heaven Divine Palace. Gu Fei looked at the Tongtian Shin King and said, You're the one who started this. The Tongtian Shin King asked about Gu Fei. Why am I wasting my time talking to you? Chapter 2364. The Tongtian Shin King was the leader of the 10 disciples of the South Heaven Hierarch. His cultivation base was exceedingly high, thus he was given the title of Tongtian Shin King by the South Heaven Hierarch and was assigned to guard the Tongtian God City. The Tongtian God City was naturally the largest among the 10 God cities. It also had the highest population. Of course, there were many experts in the city too. Otherwise, the Tongtian Shin King wouldn't have been able to defeat the forces of the Outer Endless Sea led by the 7th bandit. Gu Fei was well aware of the capabilities of the 12 bandit subordinates. The 7th bandit's cultivation base was quite impressive. Even a quasi-sage would have a hard time defeating him. When Gu Fei saw the Tongtian Shin King, he knew that the 7th bandit's defeat was not unjustified. This was a Shin King in the quasi-sage perfection realm. The Tongtian Shin King was very strong. If he wasn't in the human world, he would have long become a sage. Similar to the mulberry tree emperor, he was born at the wrong time, thus it was difficult for him to become a sage under such circumstances. However, the Tongtian Shin King was like an ant in the eyes of Gu Fei. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the Tongtian Shin King. Gu Fei's hand instantly enveloped the space in front of him, sealing off all of the Tongtian Shin King's escape routes, making it difficult for him to escape. This, the Skirich Divine Emperor was extremely shocked. The other party was too strong. Moreover, he was ridiculously powerful. He actually felt that he was powerless to contend against Yi Shiwen. Boom! A shocking aura burst out from the Tongtian Shin King's body. 9 halos burst out from his body and shot toward the hand of Gu Fei. However, a scene that left the Tongtian Shin King dumbfounded happened. The 9 powerful halos were shattered by the opponent's hand. Gu Fei's big hand directly grabbed Tongtian Shin King. His 5 fingers tightened, and the sound of bones breaking immediately came from Tongtian Shin King's body. Who are you? Do we have a grudge? Tongtian Shin King felt as if all the bones in his body had been crushed by the other party. His whole body was in excruciating pain. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. You don't have a grudge against me, but I do have a grudge against supremacy, South Heaven. Gu Fei said indifferently. In that case, you could have gone to find my master. Why did you attack me? Tongtian Shin King did not want to die. He quickly endured the pain of his broken bones and said to Gu Fei, even though he was the first disciple of Supremacy South Heaven, he could not care less at the moment of life and death. Was there anything in this world more important than one's own life? Humph! You're saying that I'm bullying the weak. Gu Fei said. This Tongtian Shin King had the potential to become a formidable person, but unfortunately he had stumbled into Gu Fei. It was unlikely that he would be able to become a formidable person. Isn't that so? Tongtian Shin King knew that his life was in the hands of the other party. He had no choice but to brace himself and deal with this ridiculously powerful person. "You're talking so much just to ask me to spare your life," Gu Fei said with a smile. This guy was quite interesting. "Then can you spare my life?" Tong Tian King said with a trembling voice. "I can spare your life, but you have to relax and don't resist. I'll let you go after I've read the memories of your soul. Of course, you have to cooperate first." As Gu Fei spoke, he directly sealed the divine path cultivation base of the Skirich divine emperor and put him down. Soul search. Tong Tian King couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This soul search art was extremely tyrannical, forcefully reading the memories of others. If one wasn't careful, even if they didn't die, they would still become an idiot. If you're not willing, then there's no other way. Gu Fei looked at Tong Tian King and narrowed his eyes. "Don't, I'm willing." Tong Tian King quickly said. At this time he had no other choice. In front of him, one was a dead end, and the other, although there was a glimmer of hope, it was also a dead end. However, who would be willing to choose a dead end if there was a chance of survival? "That's good." Gu Fei nodded. Then he executed the godly seizing secret art and read the memories of Tong Tian King's soul. Tong Tian King was sensible enough to not have any thoughts of resisting. That being said, Tong Tian King had no idea that Gu Fei's godly seizing secret art was different from the ordinary soul search art. Even if he tried to resist, he would not die, nor would he become an idiot. The formation protecting the Nantian Divine Palace is a formation that can seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. This is unbelievable. Soon, Gu Fei found what he was looking for in Tong Tian King's soul. Something about the formation outside the Nantian Divine Palace. If only He Tian was here. Gu Fei murmured. He Tian would surely be overjoyed if he were to see the formation that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, He Tian was nowhere to be found. "You better keep your promise." Gu Fei soon came to a stop. The other things in Tong Tian King's soul were no longer useful to him. "Piss off." Gu Fei removed the seal on Tong Tian King's body and said to Tong Tian King with a wave of his hand, "Thank you." Tong Tian King brought his fists together at Gu Fei before he rose into the sky and left the sky-connecting divine city. He soon disappeared into the night. By this time, the seventh bandit had already received news of Gu Fei's arrival. He regrouped his forces and led his forces towards sky-piercing divine city in a grandiose manner. This time, the seventh bandit almost didn't suffer any counterattacks and took over the sky-connecting divine city. The experts in the sky-connecting divine city had witnessed the scene where Gu Fei defeated Tong Tian King with a single move. No one dared to resist, because if they did, they would be the ones to die. The largest divine city among the Clear Moon regions, 10 great divine cities, was captured. This greatly boosted the morale of the Outer Sea forces, led by Gu Fei. Overthrowing the rule of the South Heaven Divine, Venerate, was not an impossible task. All the factions of the Outer Endless Sea that followed Gu Fei saw hope. While the seventh bandit was taking over the sky-connecting divine city, Gu Fei was pondering how to break the formation that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It wasn't an easy task. Gu Fei learned everything about the formation from Tong Tian King's soul. The formation drew the ancestor chi of the earth from the bottom and the power of the 9 heavens stars from the top. Breaking it with brute force would destroy the ancestor veins of the Clear Moon continent. If that happened, the Clear Moon continent would be finished. The continent would fall apart and sink into the endless God-fallen ocean. Countless living beings would die. It wasn't something Gu Fei wanted to see. If the entire continent was destroyed, it would be meaningless even if he took over the continent. Meanwhile, the other battles in the Clear Moon continent gradually came to an end. The 10 divine cities had fallen one after another in a single night. It was something that had never happened before. In the morning, apart from the South Heaven Godly Palace, every other place in the Clear Moon continent had been conquered by Gu Fei's forces. No one could believe that they had actually succeeded. Once the South Heaven Godly Palace was taken over, the entire Clear Moon continent would change. What is South Heaven supremacy doing? Gu Fei was surprised. He had already conquered the 10 divine cities, but South Heaven supremacy was still nowhere to be seen. It had exceeded his expectations. By noon, the battles in the Clear Moon continent had come to a stop. Everyone had lost the will to resist. The force that had suddenly invaded from the outer ocean was too powerful. However, many people clearly knew that as long as South Heaven supremacy was not defeated by these people, the Clear Moon continent would not change. Some of the factions in the Clear Moon continent were still observing the situation. Among the 10 disciples of South Heaven supremacy, apart from Tong Tianxin King, whom Gu Fei had let go, the other 9 disciples had all died in battle. It was a great blow to the South Heaven supremacy's faction. Rumble! In the evening, the door of a stone chamber deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace suddenly moved. Before it slowly opened, a figure walked out from the chamber. The moment the figure came out, Gu Fei in the Tongtian city suddenly sensed something and glanced in the direction of the South Heaven Divine Palace, finally not being a coward anymore. In the city lord's mansion of the Tongtian city, Gu Fei rose from his seat. South Heaven supremacy had come out from seclusion. He had recovered to his peak condition. As soon as he came out, he immediately went to the secret chamber where the life badges were kept. He was dumbfounded the moment he entered the secret chamber. On the table where the life badges were kept, only a single life badge remained intact. The rest of the badges had all shattered into pieces, which almost drove South Heaven supremacy crazy. 9 of the top 10 disciples are dead. Supremacy South Heaven could not accept it. Even the life badge of his old servant had shattered into pieces. Needless to say, the person who had come to attack them was unbelievably powerful. One had to know that his old servant was a true saint. Who is it? Who is it? Supremacy South Heaven let out a hysterical roar. Almost all his most loyal subordinates were dead. He had spent a lot of time and effort to nurture them. In order to rule the entire Clear Moon continent, South Heaven supremacy had to nurture his own subordinates. The entire South Heaven Divine Palace was empty. South Heaven supremacy rushed out from the palace and arrived above the palace. He stood in the air and unleashed his divine sense. It's him. When South Heaven supremacy sensed a familiar aura, his expression instantly turned unpleasant. You've gone too far. Chapter 2365. Cultivator South Heaven, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. When Gu Fei appeared outside the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation, he happened to block the path of the South Heaven Divine Palace. Gu Fei, you've gone too far. The eyes of the South Heaven Divine Palace reddened when he saw Gu Fei. He finally knew why his faction had suffered such a crushing defeat. It was all because of this guy. Cultivator South Heaven, the winner takes all. How can you say that I've bullied you? Gu Fei said to the South Heaven Divine Palace with a smile. What are you trying to do? Supremacy South Heaven clenched his teeth in anger, but he clearly knew that the guy must have some ulterior motive to start the chaos since he had already made his move. What I'm trying to do is actually very simple. Gu Fei said calmly. Speak. The South Heaven Supremacy's voice was extremely cold. Apart from the South Heaven Divine Palace and the rift within a few 10,000 li around it, there was nothing else he could do. That being said, the South Heaven Divine Palace still had a backup plan. It was his biggest secret, which he would only use when his life was on the line. Well, what I'm trying to do now is to ask you to surrender to me, so that I can place a forbidding aura on your body and make you obey my orders. Isn't it simple? Gu Fei said calmly. You. The South Heaven Divine Palace was infuriated. He was an ultimate god, a martial highness of the divine path. Even in the primordial era, he was an overlord. He never thought he would become someone's prisoner one day. If you're not willing, there's nothing I can do. I'll have to beat you until you're willing. Gu Fei said helplessly, "So this is your goal, to make me surrender?" The South Heaven Divine Palace burst out laughing. It was impossible for him to surrender. Even if he were to die, he would not surrender to anyone. After all, a ultimate god had his own pride. That's my goal. Gu Fei nodded and said, "Do you think you're a supremacy?" The South Heaven Supremacy stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "I'm not a supreme being, but there will come a day when I become one. Submitting to me is actually a good deal for you." Gu Fei said seriously, "Damn it, I'll kill you." Supremacy, South Heaven, finally ran out of patience. He charged out from the formation and spat out a stream of heavenly river at Gu Fei. Within the dazzling divine light, there were many huge stars faintly discernible, evolving into a starry sky. The power of the stars was vast and mighty between heaven and earth, incomparably terrifying. "I'm afraid you won't come out." Gu Fei bellowed and directly punched forward. On his fist, a stream of chaotic essence rushed out. It was like the creation of the world, reenacting the chaos of the universe. The starry river rushing towards him was immediately swallowed by the chaotic chi. What? The South Heaven Divine Lord was shocked seeing this. His opponent's cultivation was a lot stronger and more terrifying than he had imagined. Buzz. The rift shuddered. As the South Heaven Divine Lord was immersed in his astonishment, Gu Fei made his move once again. A giant hand of chaos instantly loomed over the place, cutting off all his escape routes and sealing off the rift with a powerful force of chaos. Roar! Ultimate God South Heaven uttered a furious roar. A powerful force of the god realm burst out from his body. The tremendous force shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the rift in an instant. He shattered the rift and rushed out from Gu Fei's chaotic hand in a miserable manner. "This guy is too strong." The South Heaven Divine Lord was enraged. He did not hesitate any further and immediately tried to return to the formation. However, Gu Fei would not let him return to the formation so easily. He instantly appeared in front of the South Heaven Divine Lord with his 8 steps, rapid speed, and intercepted him. "It took me a lot of effort to infuriate you and lure you into attacking me. It won't be that easy to escape." Gu Fei smiled when he saw the slightly panicking South Heaven Divine Lord. "Do you really think you can kill me? Stop dreaming." The South Heaven Divine Lord said fiercely. He stared at Gu Fei with his body trembling. He had the urge to pounce forward and tear this detestable guy apart. "Haha, do you really think you're stronger than Heaven Monarch Ziyang? He's already my prisoner." Gu Fei burst out laughing. "What? You?" The South Heaven Divine Lord's expression changed tremendously. He was well aware of Heaven Monarch Ziyang's cultivation. He believed that he was on par with Heaven Monarch Ziyang. If he were to really fight Heaven Monarch Ziyang, even the South Heaven Divine Lord was not confident that he could defeat Heaven Monarch Ziyang, as Heaven Monarch Ziyang had another identity that he was worried about. "I don't want to kill you. You should know that it's not easy to cultivate the Martial Highness Realm Dao fruit," Gu Fei said calmly. "You want me to surrender? That's absolutely impossible." The South Heaven Divine Lord's murderous intent was boundless. 9 divine rings emerged from his body. They were the divine power formed by 9 divine runes. Each divine ring represented a divine rune of the great Tao. It seemed to be from the same source as the divine art performed by the Tongtian Shin King. "Don't blame me then." Gu Fei's expression turned cold. A shocking battle intent surged from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as he slowly approached the South Heaven Divine Lord. Whoosh! At that moment, the South Heaven Divine Lord let out a furious roar. The 9 divine rings around him emitted a blinding divine light, which turned into 9 divine swords that slashed at Gu Fei. These were divine swords formed by the divine runes of the Great Tao. Each of the swords had spots of starlight on them, as if they contained a starry sky. Too weak. Gu Fei went up directly. His hands were filled with the aura of chaos. He slapped at the starry way, swords that were slashing down. The 9 starry way swords shattered under the attack of his chaotic hands. They turned into specks of starlight and dissipated in the void. This, the South Heaven Divine Lord, was dumbfounded. His opponent's physical strength was too powerful. It was nature-defying. He could easily shatter the starlight swords formed by his divine runes of the Great Tao. Unless he undid the seal on his body and recovered the supreme cultivation of an ultimate god, he would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. This guy didn't lie to me. Only then did the South Heaven Divine Lord realize that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang might not be a match for Gu Fei. The martial body of a sage king was extremely powerful. This was the terror of a martial artist. Even without using the cultivation of a sage king, the power of a sage king martial body alone was enough to fight against an honorable. At this moment, Gu Fei had already shattered the 9 starlight swords. He was in front of the South Heaven Divine Lord. His hands turned into claws and grabbed at the top of the South Heaven Divine Lord's head and throat. As long as he was grabbed by Gu Fei's hands, the South Heaven Divine Lord's head would be removed. Swoosh! The South Heaven Divine Lord moved his feet. Divine runes appeared under his feet. He instantly retreated and was forced back by Gu Fei. He had no choice but to retreat. The void around him was shrouded by the power from Gu Fei's claws. He had no choice but to retreat. As a result, the distance between him and the great formation of creation was even further. Gu Fei followed him like a shadow. He seemed to have transformed into a golden rock. He flew forward and slashed at the South Heaven Divine Lord with his claws. The void was torn apart by his claws. 18 transformations of the divine path. The South Heaven Divine Lord uttered a furious roar. His figure suddenly turned blurry while he was retreating. Following this, 18 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord appeared out of thin air around him. A formidable god force was unleashed. The 18 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord were emitting the same god force, which took Gu Fei by surprise. Kill! Gu Fei's hands shuddered. They turned into 18 sharp claws that grabbed at the 18 South Heaven Divine Lords. The 17 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord dissipated under Gu Fei's claws, while the 18th figure collided with Gu Fei's attack and was sent flying once again. This time, the South Heaven Divine Lord managed to retreat from the range of Gu Fei's attack, allowing him to catch his breath. Otherwise, he would have been in a passive position until Gu Fei killed him. Such a remarkable ability. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The South Heaven Divine Lord was definitely not a weakling. Someone who was on par with the heavenly monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child must have some extraordinary abilities. The god Tao ability was similar to the 3 Pure Ones' secret art that the supreme Tao ancestor had invented. It was difficult to distinguish the 18 figures from the 3 Pure Ones. That being said, the god art was not as powerful as the 3 Pure Ones' secret art. The 3 clones formed by the 3 Pure Ones' secret art were Tao clones that possessed actual combat strength, not illusionary figures. I didn't expect you to be this strong. The South Heaven Divine Lord stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. I told you I'll become a 9 heavenly monarch one day. Gu Fei said confidently with a firm look in his eyes. However, you won't be able to catch me. The South Heaven Divine Lord suddenly burst out laughing. Crap. Gu Fei was taken by surprise. He tried to summon the mountain and river cauldron to stabilize the rift, but the god body of the South Heaven Supremacy God suddenly exploded. Bang! Following a loud explosion, A destructive force surged forward, causing the space within 1,000 li to collapse. A giant hole appeared between the heavens and earth, filled with chaotic qi. The destructive force dragged Gu Fei into the chaotic void. A boundless god glow burst out and instantly disappeared into the void. It was the avatar of the South Heaven Divine Lord. Preposterous! Gu Fei attacked with all his might. He tore open the chaotic void and intercepted the avatars that the South Heaven Divine Lord had unleashed when he self-destructed his body. However, a portion of the avatars managed to escape. More than 10 avatars charged into the Great Creation formation and took human forms, which then combined into an illusionary figure. Gu Fei, I, the South Heaven Divine Lord, will fight you to the death. The figure formed by the avatars emitted an intense divine sense. Following it, the figure charged into the South Heaven Divine Palace that was shrouded by the Great Creation formation. This guy